Oh, there's a gypsy talking. Well, you can tell. Turn off LBC radio. The gypsies are here. Just because, just because, just because. I can tell you right now, we're gonna have to buy a new television. I just bought a new television. We're gonna have to buy another one, a more expensive television. They scammed me. They scammed me. Even though I made sure it was 120 hertz refresh rate, it wasn't natural. So we gotta buy one. We gotta buy another one. They tricked me. I don't want to return this TV, but I think we will because my mom's going to be so mad. You know. Scammed, though. They really know how to scam you on televisions, on Amazon. We're gonna have to pay, $800, $1,000 for this new TV, though. Unbelievable. They don't make it easy. They don't want you to game on a big monitor. That's what it is. So, oh man, I want to keep this one. We might. At least we'll get the right TV, even if we gotta grab another one. I don't think this is any better at all. Even when I asked the AI what to do. Let me just double check. It's no. Well, we'll compare it before we send it back, I guess. It says 120 hertz on the box, but it's not native 120 hertz, so it's basically just all a scam. And all the meat in the grocery store is human beings. It's a great example of how, even though it says cow on the label, it's not actually 120 hertz refresh rate. And it's legit. That's perfectly legally whatever they're doing. You know what I mean? I have to resist the urge to keep this, though, because it's better than my current monitor. We should just buy a new monitor and send this one back. I think everyone will feel better if I send this back. It's the right thing to do, but I want to keep it because I've never had a Google TV. I'm just going to have to resist the urge to keep this. And we'll use it until we buy. I'm gonna buy the new one tomorrow or whatever. When my credit card rolls over the next month, I'll put it on there. We're gonna spend like $800 at least. It's insane, but all right. It's just so typical of them to put the label on the box 120 hertz, and it's like, not really. When you hook it up. So typical. But it makes a lot of sense. They don't want you to be the best video gamer on earth. You know what I mean? Like you will be the best gamer if you, you know what I mean. So we're gonna have to pay 1,000. We're gonna have to pay $800 for this thing or something. I'm glad we have the money to do it because that's fucked up shit. And I think we should. I think we will bring this back because Mom's gonna be pissed. I like at least we can at least my credit card is gonna roll over like tomorrow, and we can just buy a fresh new extremely expensive TV because man, if we had to wait longer than that, that'd be not cool. If it was like a little better, that'd be cool, but it's like as bad as the other one. So like I just I want to keep it anyway so badly, but we have to like return it on principle. I don't know. I wonder if we can get 120 hertz out of it though, because we are in the mode. We're in game mode, and I brought the resolution down, and they still won't let us set the refresh rate. So we're gonna end up spending $1,000 to fix this. The fix is you send this one back and buy the way more expensive one, and you plug it in and it's fine. So, and luckily my credit card's gonna reset tomorrow or whatever. So, or the day after, something along those lines. But like, it's just incredible how difficult it is to set up technology. It's just like I said, everyone who's trying to sell you something is trying to lie to you. It's the snake oil. This is just unbelievable. But like it's with electronics, you think in numbers it's like okay, 120 hertz, good, and then you get it out of the box and it's like, it's not really. Yeah, I mean that is. I'm just glad we have the money tomorrow to go buy the new one because it's so messed up. I can't really believe it. I can't believe it that much. Like I wonder if there is. I have a feeling that someone could figure this out, but I think we're just gonna pay more money for the way more expensive one, and then it'll just plug in and work. But that's why I want to keep this one. I want to keep this one and try and get it to work and compare it. And I have to like resist that. I'm going to do my best to resist that urge to keep it anyway and like try and play with it to get it to work. Oh, I want to do that so much. That like I think the responsible thing to do is send it back. Yeah, I think we'll have to do that. Maybe we'll ask. I mean, maybe we'll take a few days and ask the AI what it thinks. And I mean, I have the high speed, the ultra high speed HD plug going into the 3060. I mean, there's nothing anyone can do. They'll want me to upgrade to Windows 11, and it's like, you know what? We're just gonna spend $1,000 on a newer TV. Because I bump into the TV a lot, I want a cheap one because you can't repair them. I physically damage them. So like I've been trying for years to pay the absolute minimum, but they've cornered me. I'm buying the expensive one. That's it. I feel like we have to buy the better TV and then compare it to this one though. So like as soon as I can. What day is it right now? As soon as I can, we have to buy this thing. Yeah, after this live stream, I'm going to see if I can't get that TV bought. What a defeat though. I mean, this is you know what I mean? Like I think I've done this once before too. I think I've actually bought a TV that said 120 hertz and it wasn't really. I think I've actually done this before as well. But now we have to go buy the expensive one. There's no. Yeah, I feel like this can't even be real. Like, right? Like, I feel like I must be missing a setting here or something. I guess we'll try low latency mode. Built in makes it choppy, right? It just makes everything look it just makes everything look completely choppy. It's latency mode. You know what? We're going to have to buy a television. That's the answer. I'm telling you, people don't have jobs anymore. Do you know what this is? People don't actually have jobs anymore, so this latency mode and stuff is just forget it. Yeah, let's get high. Speaking of which, let's get high on marijuana immediately now that we figured that out. I can't wait to see that. I don't even really. Once we pay the $1,000 for the 120, the native 120 hertz refresh TV, I am not even really gonna believe it's gonna work when it gets here too. At this point, it's like a myth that we can even run at 120 hertz. But I have the cable and I have the graphics card. I have everything. It's just the TV salesman. It's just totally lying to everybody constantly with numbers. It's one thing to lie and be like, it's great, but it's another thing to be like, there are 120 hertz refresh on this thing. Psych. Just kidding. That's okay, though. Luckily, we're not anywhere near level 70 yet, so it's not going to matter. The TV will get here right about the time when we need it. Let's put a movie on. When I'm done with my XP gains, we'll do some of that. It's sort of like fantasy that I can watch that and play the game at the same time. Like I could learn two things at once. It's not real. It's not as real as I wish it was. It's not as much of a thing as I'm trying to make it be. Whoop. Well, I guess oh my gosh. It's so funny when I forget that. Um, yeah, you know, they really, the world that we live in is so messed up. It is. Like, I don't know what to say.
Bill, we've got 39.4 Madam Chair, my amendment is simple. It strikes $3.3 billion in foreign aid to the country of Israel from the State Department funding bill. We've got $39.4 trillion of debt. We've got needs at home, which include our infrastructure, our roads and bridges. We've got a shortfall in that fund. We've got our locks and dams that we're perpetually trying to figure out new funding mechanisms to come up with. And we've got homeless veterans. And we're sending more money to Israel in this bill than we spend on homeless veterans in this country. Just to put it in perspective, there are 3,000 counties in this country. And if you divide that into 3 billion, that's $1 million from every county. This is not a significant amount of money that is going overseas. So I think we should stop it. We should put them on a diet. We're the biggest welfare recipient of the United States and have been for many years. $310 billion.
Whoops. Turn off LBC radio. It's a gypsy again. Yeah, we never ever do the gypsy news, so just turn off LBC radio. We'll do Sky News. What do you guys want to run down the news? One person. Sky News, go. It's the gypsies, so every time the gypsies show up as a journalist, I have to commence countermeasures here. Let me just. Okay, here we go. It was the first one. There you go.
So that we get it on the record, and then ask the National Armaments Director to answer, please. Thank you very much. So National Armaments.
Oh, it's the gypsies. Gypped. Okay, downvote Sky News. Unsubscribe from Sky News. Close YouTube. Downvote Sky News. Unsubscribe from Sky News. And close out of all instances of YouTube. Ready? Talk TV, go. I'm going to head into checkmate here. Okay, upvote Talk TV, pause it. GB News. This is an algorithm manipulation. It's like when the DJ is spinning the decks. Pause. GB's a commercial. Pause. YouTube, France 24 in English. We're going to go to France 24 in French next. It's a commercial with Jesus Christ, with a very white-skinned Jesus Christ. France 24 in French. Let's see here. Oh, it's soccer stuff. DW News is German news in English. This is German news in English, and then we're going to do German news in Germany, and then we'll do Japanese news in Japanese. It's a commercial, but where are we here? It's GeoFinder. Yeah, GeoFinder. Cool. And now Welt News is German news in German. Japanese news in Japan. Which I can never, it's not even on this computer. Oh dear. The Japanese news in Japan isn't even on this computer. Well, it's right. It should be right over here. There's one of them. There it is. The old. Right. The old Japanese news in Japan trick of journalism. Okay. All right. Now actually we head over to Utah news. You know what's funny is that Utah has been getting in there until they actually. No, here we go. No, we're gonna take that back about Utah news. Let me see here. All right, so there is a gypsy speaking. Let me see here. Where do we go from here? You know what? I wish Arirang. I wish the Korean news, Arirang news. I wish they were better. They were the original YouTube live stream news, but they don't have a 24 hours a day news stream. It's very weird.
Security for all MPs if it wins
All right,
the next
upvote.
general election.
Click
Is that the right
like.
thing to do?
I think it would probably be better to have a system that was much more responsive than now, but is still based on active intelligence.
Next witness is James O'Keefe.
Otherwise, one, it's going to be
All right, the next witness is James O'Keefe, the pimp.
Is the fact that you, any voter,
Right.
you can go to a constituency surgery and your MP will be there in a village hall or a sports centre with no.
I believe that's factually accurate.
Talk to them about anything, right? They don't have an armoured car, they don't have a motorcade, they don't have outriders. You're not going through a metal detector. And having seen the growth of all of those things around,
People don't say the word anymore either. That's why you don't know he's a pimp.
It would be a shame if we ended up putting MPs behind that barrier.
Well, I think you're right, and I think it changes the fabric of our politics. Henry, brilliant to see you. More power to you as the political editor of The Critic magazine, which is a cracking read. Lots more to come. England leave the World Cup in the semi-final stage, beaten by Argentina. What went wrong? I'll be asking Talk Sports star Max Scott next. Here at Talk, we're giving you the chance to win a massive £26,000. The question is, what would you do with all that money?
I would buy a camper van.
Where's the clothes? Yeah.
Not a big holiday.
I wonder if that is a little better. I was gonna turn it off, but I don't know. We might as well leave it on. I'll have to do monitor tests. After we get the experience, we'll have to do monitor tests. What time is it, by the way? It's 5 a.m.? Good. Is it the... No, it's the 16th today. Okay. Oh shit, I should buy that TV right now, speaking of which. Yeah, after this live stream, I'm going to go buy that TV. We should look for TVs. After we get the XP, I'm going to look for TVs to buy. Can't believe they sold the TV. And I swear I've done this before. I swear. And I never swear on anything, but I have a memory of doing this once before. They got me, which means they got me again. What that means is that the only way capitalism really works is to constantly trick people into purchasing the wrong thing. And that's how they manage scarcity. Oops. Yep. Turn off LBC radio. They're doing the gypsy news again. Just turn it off. Make sure you turn it off too, because the algorithm will register that. All right, at this point we bring it to the TV. If the gypsies are like all over the news on the internet, we bring it to the television. Nope. A little brown. Definitely a desert person, right? Semite means desert people. So like the Swedish people are snow people. You know what I mean? Like if we had lands in Magic the Gathering, they would be snow-covered islands or whatever. But like you can just tell by how dirty someone looks whether they're a sand person or not, you know? Like because when they evolved, there was no reason to get that clean. Your everything would be sandy, just like how Anakin Skywalker is like, I hate sand, it gets everywhere. That's why Semites have sort of like brown or skin, you know, because there was no reason to get that clean when they evolved from apes. And frankly, can I just say there was no reason to be that attractive either? Nah, that's mean. But really, the gypsies do have a look, like an Indian gypsy look. There's definitely a scary sunken eyes. I would describe the Indian gypsy look as like a sunken eyes look. And I've got the darkest circles under my own eyes, but I'm an executioner. I have an excuse, you know. If your job is executioner, eventually your eyes will darken. It's so strange. Right, like, But gypsies like are born with it. It's the strangest phenomenon. But like for millions of years, we've been able to identify. Oh, that's a scary looking person because their eyes are dark. You know, like
This management team has had to adapt many times.
And when you inevitably get the ball back, just carry on playing. And it was just, they were fear-stricken. They were sort of, you know, what's the phrase? A rabbit in the headlights is exactly what they were. And of course, when Argentina conceded, they were going to put attacking players on. But you've got to hold your nerve, particularly if, as Thomas.
oh, it's so funny. Just when I gave this speech about how we can't do gypsy news, the only thing they're going to talk about today is soccer. Oh, it's so funny. It's officially summer. It's the reason there's no news today is because we're in the middle of summer, isn't it? I'm gonna go check out what we got. Let me go check out what we got for food. This is ridiculous. What are the chances we turn on the radio and they're doing a gypsy story? What do you think? What are your chances? What are your odds? That's a really fun game, by the way. I get it now. I get it now. I get it now. When the DJ deck goes to sleep, I think it's broken and I keep resetting the computer. I get it now. It's not broken. It goes to sleep over there. But you know why? That's because that program broke so many times, and it does break so many times, that I thought it was broken when it was functioning. That's how often that program breaks. But unbelievable. Let's shop for some TVs. I can't believe we have to buy another TV after I just bought the right one. I'm so glad we can afford it, though. the world is at war out there. You know what I mean? Like, just. I can't believe it. Jeez. It's so clear that the world is like falling unto world war. No, you know what it is? It's capitalism is failing, isn't it? Like actively. So brown. I can't believe how brown everybody is on TV. Oh, geez, and more soccer. Yeah, no, it's summer. Stop. It's summer. Sometimes I forget. Sometimes I think it's like September and everybody's back in school, even though we shouldn't have schools anymore. But like, it's so interesting how in the middle of summer, even though everyone is technically at work, nobody's doing anything. So like, it's like, oh, okay. Well, that's interesting. Oh yeah, let's get the movies going. Let's put some movies on, and we'll put some music, and we'll do drugs. We'll do these drugs. That's right. I was supposed to grab my drugs from across the room, and I forgot to go grab them. By which I mean marijuana. I should really just call it weed. We've solved so many problems, though. It's incredible. And I remember now, I've bought a monitor like this before, and it wasn't really 120. They don't want you to have a 120 refresh monitor. That's what it is. So they tell you you're buying one, and you buy one, and you plug it in, and that's not what it is. That's funny. I'm sorry. If I couldn't afford it, I'd feel upset, but that is funny. It's just because computers are supposed to be so exact and like they're mathematically precise. And so when you put a 120 hertz, like as computer guys, we go, oh yeah, 120 hertz, got it. It's just foul ball, right? No good. And this has happened to me before. That's the craziest part. Like now that they did it again, I kind of remember this happening before. And I was like, forget it. And I just stuck with whatever we got, and then years went by, and now here we are again. I got another wrong one. Yeah, you can tell that capitalism itself is falling apart. It's so clear now. But that's what's going to lead to the world war that we've been talking about, the total war. Is remember when they were doing tariffs, or remember when all that stuff, like, we don't feel the effects. Remember when Y2K happened, and then it took a whole year and a half to get 9/11, when they hacked a ICBM, an intercontinental ballistic missile, and it flew into the Twin Towers. They hacked it with the Y2K bug. It took a year and 9 months to actually fire a missile. So, like, what's interesting is that the total world war, which is unfolding right now, it's the same thing. Like, it has occurred, yet we haven't seen the effects. So Y2K has already happened, but we haven't seen 9/11, the casualties of 9/11 yet. But you can tell that it's in the tech. That's why I'm buying all these things, Like, Y2K has already happened. It's called the memory chip shortage. But, like, we haven't seen 9/11, the casualties of 9/11 from it, yet, yet. Because 9/11 happened because of the Y2K bug, obviously, Every hacker should know. My dad worked on the Y2K bug. We worked on making it worse. The funny part about my dad being a computer guy is he worked on Y2K making it worse before it was a thing. So, like, as far as the memory shortage and the chip shortage, and, they're not making computer chips anymore since the pandemic stopped everything, that's the Y2K. That's Y2K, year 2000. It took a year and 9 months to have 9/11 from the Y2K bug. So, mathematically, we're past Y2K here with the computer chips, but we haven't seen the casualties of 9/11 yet. We're going to see some real stuff happen, Anyway, that's why I'm trying to buy the proper television right now, and they just sold me the right one, but it's the wrong one. And it's like, wow, you guys are losing it, aren't you? The scarcity of resources. That's called Darwinianism. Like, if they sell everything, if they sell everybody everything they need, that's not going to work. So they have to sell you the wrong thing, like, hardcore, and that keeps the scarcity of resources in control, Darwinianly. And, like, I double and triple checked that the number was correct, and it's not the correct number. Native. Native is another word for this is it, or this is really not it. It's interesting how they use the word native, right? That's really interesting. Because by the way, one of the theories why they can't make computer chips anymore is they were made by slaves. And when we freed the slaves in 2020 or whenever, I wonder if that's what it was. Oh my God, Eureka. QAnon drop. The reason they can't make computer chips anymore is because when the pandemic stopped everything, all of the slaves went home. And now, even though they still have the technology and the data, they cannot make new computer chips because all of the slaves went home. I was like, who freed the slaves so we can't get computer chips anymore? And I go, oh, Eureka. The pandemic itself freed the slaves, and now we can't get them back. But anyway, that's why you need to buy everything right now, because this is last epoch technology. There's a theory out there that technology in our lifetimes, at least for everyone alive right now, technology never gets better than any of this. That's the theory right now, because, and I just put my finger on it, it's because during the pandemic, the computer chip slaves were all freed, and now they can't get them back. Anyway, now when you buy a new thing, they pull an old chip out of something that was, and then they put it in a new one, because all the slaves were freed. So now it's just the economy of chips that have already been made by slavery. And that's the memory chip crisis today. But just like 9/11, we didn't see 9/11 on Y2K. On January 1st, 2000, we didn't see 9/11. The Y2K bug took a full year and 9 months to get to September 11th. But that's why I can't buy a TV, the correct TV. That's why when I bought the correct TV, they were like, we just labeled it the correct TV. This isn't actually the correct TV. We just labeled it the correct TV for you. You know. No, I get it now, because they were made by slaves and were running out. This is the end of capitalism. This is the end of Nazism. There will be blood, as they say in the movies. But get your TV now, because they're running out. I'm telling you, they will straight run out. Yeah, the really expensive TV that I actually need, there were only 16 left when I looked on Amazon right now. And you can't trust that number. I mean, that number is manipulated, but, distrust it at your own peril. That's how they say it. At your own peril, you don't trust that number. Yeah, disbelieve what I'm saying at your own peril. That's how this works. Like, you could totally make fun of what I'm saying. It's all at your own peril, because I'm preparing. Nobody makes fun of preppers anymore. Remember when everyone made fun of preppers? Now that the memory chip shortage is here, making fun of preppers ain't cool. It's super uncool. At least we'll deploy the capital. At least I am going to deploy the money to put an end to it. It's interesting how all of these little tiny things in the capitalism falling, they're all solved by more money. If you pay a premium, you're the only, you and a few other people have a TV that works, and everyone else just thinks it works. I'm on to you. I'm telling you, when at the end of this stream, I'm gonna go purchase that thing. As long as we flipped. Yeah, all right, already. Yeah, the TV again. It's the TV. The TV is so laggy, and I bought the right TV. You know what I mean? That was a perfect example of how the TV is no better than, even though I bought it and it's twice as fast. And I set the setting to game mode, and brought the the resolution down. Instead of doing that, we're gonna deploy money. We're gonna pay a ton of money and get the actual TV I need. We're not gonna change settings like I was gonna. We have to spend money. I'm gonna like look up. I'm gonna look for the TV right now, and we might. I could technically do it on live stream. Now that I think about it, as long as we cover the camera when as long as we cover the camera when I check my bank account. We could probably buy this thing on TV, but I have to check if we rolled over. If we didn't roll over yet, then I gotta wait till we roll over. Televisions, though, you know what I mean? Can you believe it? These televisions. Let's hit the dab rig. Let's hit the dab rig and get a movie going. Yeah, and now basically we're just gonna forget about it until the new TV comes here, and I'm gonna work on DJ stuff or whatever. Oh, look at this. It's breaking. Now it's breaking. Did it break? Yeah, now it broke. I wonder if it broke because I moved the decks as it was loading. So I'm going to reboot that. Actually, what if we... this. Yeah. Yeah, error. Failed to connect to MIDI device. Yep, checkmate. I guess we're gonna have to buy record. I'm gonna look how much Record Box is too, because we can buy the lifetime license. Well, it's the torture commercial from England. They almost just got me with it. Okay, what am I buying? Record Box. Plans and pricing. What do we got? They don't have lifetime license, huh? Oh yeah, they don't have lifetime license, so whatever. Yep. It's not even an option. Yeah. I mean, it's just, this is the amazing thing. This is like when people are talking about how everybody's dying out there. Right? This is exactly what it is. Yeah. It's incredible. I'm so glad I didn't have to start from the beginning, though. Because right now, you can tell everything is falling apart. Ew, what an ugly gypsy. Right, the gypsies are everywhere, too. That's the telltale heart of the decline of Rome is the Roma are there, the gypsies. We got it? All right, let's get the weed. Let's get the weed going. Before I wait one more second for another computer, let's get the weed going. Yeah, you're going to wish this was all fake. The whole thing about 9/11 and Y2K and me being QAnon and I'm the inventor of Bitcoin, you're going to wish this was all fake. Trust me. Yeah, you guys are going to desperately wish that all of what I'm saying is fake and it was just role playing. You're going to desperately wish this was fake. Sorry, I'm just a genius and I'm the messiah for telling everyone cannibalism is real. Yeah. Okay. Yep. And basically now when I click this, it's not working. You know what I mean? Yeah. So what I'll do is I'll just shut the computer down and we'll reboot, as they say. What was I gonna do before we did that? I was doing something. Oh yeah, the DVDs. Let's pick a movie. Let's pick a movie I'm gonna watch. Very good. I guess we'll just put this right over here. Yeah, I'm the author of QAnon. I'm an author of QAnon. I do journalism every single day at 2 o'clock in the morning. And so when people tell me to get a job, it's like really ignorant. I mean, truly stupid and ignorant. I mean, like, you're a really, truly ignorant person. Like a not see. Like, there's something you can not see. You're a not see when it comes to me. And that's why my job is similar to Anne Frank. You know, it's like, it's a job description. You're supposed to stay home and not contribute to capitalism at all until they come for you with, to burn you at the stake. And it's like a job description, like, it works. It really does work. It's not just one girl, a diary of a girl. It's truly a job description that actually affects the outcomes of world wars and monetary systems like capitalism or whatnot. Yeah, I love the theory that the gas prices are too high. That's why I never leave my house. Or like, I just can't get out of my house because I'm afraid. No. That's my job, is to not have a job, but to still do my job every day as a journalist. A diary is another word for a journal. A journalist is a job description. What else you got? What else do you got for us when it comes to that stuff? No, I have a job. It's not that I want a job. I have a job. My job is the diary of QAnon in the World War. So when people talk to me about you need to get a job, it's like, you should really appreciate your elders, more. Because I was here on the internet first. Like, I was in the beginning. It was me. What were we talking about? Oh, yeah. Everything's falling apart. Seriously. Out there. Yeah. And the technology doesn't work because they don't want you to fly a drone into 9/11, Let's say, is it on or off? Yeah, it connects, and the computer software is just... Well, the thing is I bought a lifetime license, so there's no monetary incentive to keep the software updated and working. You know what I mean? Like, the incentive is for the lifetime license that I purchased to not work. And so we're actively proving that these people are scammers. Like, at every turn. Remember I said the gypsies are everywhere? There's no such thing as karma. It's just a gypsy curse, and everywhere you turn, you see the cultists of the gypsy collective, because they took over Earth a long time ago. And, it's nobody's fault. It's just, that's what karma is. It's that there's the overpopulation of the gypsies on Earth, and then they're bumping elbows with everyone. It's impossible not to bump into something that feels like karma, but it's not real. But it's just that there are so many gypsies around, you can't move elbows. But yeah, the real problem is that slavery is recent slavery. The slavery it took to make the computer chips was stopped during the pandemic. That's the big crux. It's a huge wedge in the door of the science classroom of Earth, Because it's hot in there. It's like a sweatshop. Technology? I think the defining characteristic of capitalism is that the slavery had to be hidden. And now that technology has social media where we can find out where your aunt in Asia went to the sweatshops, like, it's harder for her to reach back to her family from the sweatshop making the computer chips and be like, hey, I can't escape. It's harder to keep her. Capitalism always kept that person a slave. And now that technology and social media was invented, we are undoing a system of slavery that has been running Earth for thousands of years, and it stopped. It's like the end of the Matrix, where the Matrix stops. Pause the video. It stops. Right? And that's where we are. That's why when I bought the correct TV and I triple checked that it was the right number that I needed for the TV, it's actually not, because we're running out of computer chips made by slaves. All right, go. Anyway, that's the theory of why you should purchase everything now. Because there's a theory that in our lifetimes, everyone who's alive right now, no matter who you are, even if you're born today, you're the youngest person on Earth, everyone that we know, there's a theory that none other technology ever gets better than this. Because this was made by slaves, and whatever comes next is going to be pandemonium nonsense. It's exactly how all of the meat in the grocery store comes from human bodies. That's where the meat in the grocery store has come from, human bodies, for thousands of years. Every computer chip we ever made was made by slaves for forever, and now that it's ended, crisis. There is no other mode that humans exist, is the theory. The guy, James Seamus O'Brien on LBC Radio, he's talking about the difference between can't and won't. Yes, that is slavery. It's a good point. It's the difference between can't and won't is slavery. And we can't make computer chips without slavery. It's like a fact. The robots, like our only hope is if we can invent a robot to enslave in place of the slaves who made these computer chips. But again, I don't think it's in our lifetimes. Our lifetimes are so small compared to how big this chip crisis is going to be. I think that's what it is. A computer chip crisis. Like, when I say crisis, I'm not trying to hurt anyone's feelings. I mean the definition, you know? They used to pull, like, the copper out of pennies so they could make more bullets in World War, at Total War. They might pull all the chips out of your PlayStations and put them in kinetic swarm drones that murder people, you know. I love how smart I am. Even after I say something like that, even I sit here and I go, how smart is he? Like, damn, he's smart. Because nobody else is saying this shit. Nobody else connected the dots that all the computer chips are made by, like, serious slaves. I mean, maybe some people were there, but, like, nobody in journalism was really on the case right here, you know, like I am. If they did, they spoke Chinese, you know what I mean? And famously, what we learned from the pandemic is that the Chinese news and the English news don't speak to each other. That's what we famously learned during the pandemic because it was all fake. Like, famously, we learned during the pandemic that every single English-speaking newsroom has 0 people who can speak Chinese and read Chinese. You know, like, they have 0 dudes. And that's how they run. That's how, and they're not going to fix it, you know? Like, you would think, like, surely, you know, the BBC News, named after the Queen's favorite news position, right? Surely they would be professional and have, like, one dude who speaks Chinese who works there, right? No, they all work for Lord Mandalason in Epstein's, you know, dungeon. Oh, yeah, that's how they all got the job. Got it. All right, check. You know, and they gamble away every other paycheck that they have available for Chinese translators. Are you suggesting that no one at their whole entire newsroom speaks Chinese because they are Chinese? Nah, it's not good enough. That's like saying, hey, I have a black friend, all right? You know? Yeah, it's very common in America here to have the one black friend and be like, hey, look, I have a black friend. All right, so don't tell me that. It doesn't even necessarily mean you should have a black friend. I'm just saying it's a thing that people fly in the face of others. I don't even have a friend. I don't even have friends anymore. You know what I mean? Ever since QAnon became a thing, I couldn't really have friends anymore. That's for sure. Because I am Q. You wouldn't be like, oh yeah, the real Q has more computer monitors than that. He's not good enough. Again, I'm trying to stop buying TVs right now. I can't believe they sold us the right one. And they were like, not really. Yeah, it is, but not really. I walked in the store and I was like, look, I need a 120 hertz TV. And they were like, okay, here it is, 120 hertz. And I logged in and it was like, it's not native 120 hertz. I was like, okay, well, you guys messed up. Officially, you guys messed up, not me. But they didn't mess up. Like I said, slaves built the computer chips that I'm trying to purchase, and so the entire capitalism is now subversion of the product, right? To maintain demand, you know? But it's a great theory that it doesn't get better. It hardcore does not ever get better. As far as our lives are, as far as we live, the theory is this is it for computer chips. It's unbelievable. It's like saying they're not going to print PlayStation games anymore. That's the only reason people really liked it instead of a computer, because they could have the discs and trade them and steal them, especially the thieves. But you know, it's like saying PlayStation ain't going to make PlayStation games anymore. It's like, what? On what planet? Maybe on Neptune, but not Earth. Surely not Earth. It's the same thing with we're not going to make computer chips anymore, or they're not going to print money. You know, the PlayStation games thing is they're not going to print any physical money anymore. And it's got to have something to do with we can't make computer chips anymore. I bet you anything that like the cryptographical aspect of this, they're not going to print money anymore, is because printing money, like I could put my face on here to make Fire Magery Guru money, but someone could just copy it and, you know, think. Technology has secrets. The money like this has secrets of technology of how to catch things. I wonder if they ran out of making new computer chips. I wonder if that stops the methods they have for making money or verifying money physically. And so when the pandemic crashed our ability to make computer chips, that also as a result, like are you children in the political, are the politicians known as children not paying attention? Are you hearing me right now? When the pandemic crashed the ability to make computer chips permanently, and because the slaves went free, because slavery is illegal, so once the slaves go free, they're free. You're not going to go call the cops and get the slaves back. Once the pandemic, the fake pandemic, and obviously it came from China. I wonder if it was like a slave. The movie, the Hollywood movie is that like Jet Li was working for one of these computer chip factories, and he was like, we're going to fake the pandemic. All the slaves go free. Computer chips stop production. And, that's the Hollywood movie. But the point is that currency made by England and America is no more. They're not even going to be able to print physical money because of the computer chips. Slaves all got freed. It's a theory of money. Trust me. Ask your friend like how weird it gets when we talk about what money really is. It's basically the machine gun backing behind the bill, and it's also the technology, including computer chip. Right? So we always talk about the machine guns backing the money, the dollar, the US dollar, the machine guns backing behind it. But we forgot, like there was a shortage of memory. We forgot that the chip shortage, which also known as the slaves got freed who made the computer chips, that shortage is going to affect whether we can print physical money. And then the World War, the ultimate, the final conclusion being that total war breaks out, more or less. It makes sense, though. It makes sense that it was a Chinese slave hacker, computer hacker, who was making computer chips. And more or less, that dude started the rumor that there was a pandemic. And I'm telling you, once the computer chip slaves go free during the pandemic, it's effectively impossible to get them back. And so the word is slavery when we talk about the computer chip shortage, the memory chip shortage. The shortage is the slavery. The real true shortage, like 4 5, at the you know what I mean, like on the floor, Wall Street, 4 5 6, you know what I mean. I want, give me $4 billion, you know what I mean, $4 billion. Over there on Wall Street, the shortage in the chip crisis is capital S slavery. And the theory that the technology never gets better is because the theory is that it doesn't get fixed until we re-legalize slavery. No. We catch all the slaves back again. No. until someone invents a robot that we can enslave, which is like 1,000 years from now. It could be hundreds of years from now until we can invent a slave robot that does computer chips like this again. I'm telling you, if you think you're going to get college students to go make computer chips like the slaves did, you are so wildly mistaken. You are. That's going to be the funniest thing when they, measure how mistaken you are. It's not just really hard to make a computer chip, I'll bet. I bet it takes, like, physical slavery. You know what I mean? Like, it is. It's true. It's true. I know. Put a gold watch on her wrist while she's making the chips and put it in my face. Got it. That's better. The gold watch that they put on the computer chip manufacturer's slave's wrist is like a Band-Aid on a, missing limb, that the British will just like throw a gold watch on one of the workers and then like flash the footage on the news. They're very well paid slaves. All right, relax. It's like, okay, Mr. Band-Aid on a carotid artery, I don't know, rupture, Yeah, it's slavery though. That's the checkmate. It's the monkey wrench that stopped the machine that Pink Floyd sings about. Pink Floyd is from the same land of where they make all these slaves, where they make all the slavery cool. Because they have to make the slavery cool in England, and then it's like, okay, go do it in China. Oh yeah, I wonder if that was Hong Kong. Remember when they gave Hong Kong back to Hong Kong, but they kept it? Then the pandemic, then the computer chip slaves went free, and we can't get them back. Then the chip shortage, then the eating of other human beings, the famine, cannibalism, and the total anarchy. Right? Point is, they never get the computer chip slaves back into slavery, and so what that means is the computer chips become ultra rare microprocessors, like you've never seen. If you think you saw capitalism before now, you are about to see price. This is going to be the most super inflation of anything that has ever been inflated of all time. that's why I'm buying this TV right now. You know, like it's like sounds funny, but it's not that funny. My very favorite author ever, David Foster Wallace, used to talk about how people walked through life totally asleep. And man, it's good time for sleepwalking. The memory chip shortage is a great night for sleepwalking. People who hate me are going to have the worst time trying to realize it. You know, like the more you personally hate me, the more you're not going to see. Remember being a Nazi, the more you're not going to see what I'm talking about. Yeah, I'm saying like what was I going to say? When you can't see it. Oh yeah, I was going to say the things that you can't see typically when you're a Nazi isn't like a murder. Like it's true crime, it's like a murder mystery, like who done it. Those aren't the things that you can't see. The things that you can't see is like the memory chip shortage that was made by slavery. It's, you know, the cannibalism in every single grocery store since Hamburg, Germany. It's those are really the true things that Nazis cannot see. It's not a life was taken and they're looking the other way. That's in the movies. That's drama. That's when your theater director goes, "We're going to have high drama on the stage." You know, that's, you know, Nazi means, you know, hide the bodies, you know, so they don't see them. No. True, real Nazism is the memory chips weren't made by slaves. And so there's no crisis. We're just going to get people jobs and fix it. You know? It's dangerous. In other words, Nazism is actually really the most dangerous thing known to human beings. Yeah, that's you. Remember, it's not me. You think I'm you know, whatever you call. I am whatever you say I am. I'm talking about you guys. Yeah. Anybody who doesn't agree with what I just said about the slaves built the chips and they're not coming back, you're the Nazis. If you don't hear what I said, as long as you heard what I said and you believe it, go tell somebody because we're in trouble. You know. Yeah, it requires a very staunch disagreement with me on the facts in order to become a Nazi. After I said it, as long as you heard what I said and you just won't believe it, that's all it takes to be a Nazi. Yeah, we have to do a monitor test, by the way. Like, this monitor might actually be a little better, even though it says it's not. Again, I'm whether we do the test or not, I'm buying the fucking expensive TV. They win. That's who wins. And you know, a lot of rich people are like, yeah, whomever buys the most expensive TV wins. That is how capitalism. Then everyone else is supposed to be confused down there. Like, okay. I guess that's what it is. I'm just never going to ever trust another person ever again. Like, all right. That's real life. That is the world that we live in. You know, it's just, I guess that's a sound theory. It's just like I don't know. There's this great scene in American Beauty where the mother is slapping herself because she can't sell the house. And she's going, "You're stupid, you're stupid." And she's slapping herself. And she gives this speech to her daughter that you can't trust anyone in life. You can never, the only person you can trust in life is yourself. And she starts crying. That's exactly what it's like trying to buy a TV. And like for the longest time, I don't know whether I agree with her or not. Some days I wake up and I agree, and some days I'm trying to buy a TV and I'm like, she was right, wasn't she? You know, like, she was on to something. Oh, see, that's what it is. When it goes to sleep, I wake it up. I bet we can change the wake up time. Right. And don't touch it. Got it. Yeah. I got it. I think we solved the mystery is I was touching the joggers. When it's going from on to off or whatever, that's when you get the fails, is if you're touching the joggers going, is this thing on? I wonder if that's what was causing the other issues. It's the slavery, though. I didn't understand until about 25 minutes ago, whenever I said it, that the memory chip shortage is that we can't get the slaves back from the pandemic when they were freed. That was Fukuyama's The End of History. There was this guy, Fukuyama, who had this theory that history ended. And so, like, real life keeps going. It's just we never keep track of it anymore in the real news. Like, I'm QAnon, but you don't know it. It's the same thing with the slaves got freed during the pandemic, but because of Fukuyama's The End of History, they don't need to say anything. You know, and that's what Nazism is. That's what Fukuyama wrote about with The End of History. Like the compute, like physically in real life, in the real world where actual fact exists, objective reality, the computer chip slaves were freed and they have not come back during the pandemic. And the world that we live in where we're pretending it's not true, that is Nazism. The whole thing is Nazism. It's a very elaborate collective agreement that reality we're not see. You do not see reality. We're just going to agree that there's something else happening. The pandemic is real, you know? Yeah. It takes time. It's a good point. It took time between Y2K and 9/11. Hackers know this. Computer hackers are going to be like, "Oh yeah." But if you don't know what I'm talking about, you got to trust me on this. Huh. I was going to use a major potion out there, but I got like healed or something. When people make Nazism about religion, those are the real true Nazis, by the way. Like if someone is talking about World War and Nazis and they're talking about religion or race, those are the really, you got to watch out for those people. Those people have to be the evilest villains of all time. Those are the real true Nazis. It has to be. Like calculated. Yes. Right, like a crutch. Those type of people use history like a crutch to promote their racism and religious, focus. And it's got nothing to do with real true Nazism. In fact, those are the real Nazis. Yes, they are. Because if you said, oh, well, there's human meat in every grocery store, and there's a system which ensures that as our species, that's facing the facts of what I just said. But instead, if you say Nazism, you open a textbook from U.S. history, and you go, oh, it's about something else that we're blaming things on. And it's like, that's pretty convenient. That's a pretty convenient excuse to remain a Nazi. Because Nazis don't see things, like, not just because they think it's cool. I mean, they literally cannot see what is happening. Like, especially beliefs in God. By the way, speaking of absolutely not being able to see what's happening with Nazism, beliefs in God will make you not be able to see something like never before. I just wanted to remind everyone that beliefs in gods, when it comes to not seeing things, is incredibly volatile stuff. You know what? If you're afraid to face the facts that there are no gods in real life, try the computer. Before they're sold out. You know what I mean? Like there are people looking at me going, "Wow, his godless existence scares me." It's like you gotta get on the computer and see what this is all about. You're not gonna miss it if you face the facts that there are no gods in real life. Or in Nazism. Yeah, nor are gods real in Nazism. It's not about religion. In other words, Nazism isn't really about religion, is it? It's about the memory chip shortage, slaves who went free during the pandemic, and they're not coming back for more slavery for you. It is real. No. Now I'm just being funny. You can pick on Israel for having a name like Israel. When we talk about not seeing and Nazis, you can kind of pick on Israel for having a name that Israel, right? You can kind of pick on them. You can pick on them. Like if I said to you, come up with a club for our childhood treehouse, and you were like, I want to be called the Best Wins. The Best Wins. You know, it's like, what about, you know, Eric is cool? It's like, no. How about Eric is real? It's like, yeah, I like it. So you can make fun of Israel for naming their name after something being that may or may not be is real. You can definitely make fun of anyone who deserves it. You know, like if you name your religion God is real, it's like that's pathetic. What it really is it's really truly pathetic. You know what I mean? Like if I named my character I Win, it's like that's a little pathetic, isn't it? If I named my character in World of Warcraft I Win, it's like, really? Your nation's name is Israel? And same with the Nazis. Like your organization is called Not See. That kind of reminds me of Israel. Right? I mean, I would get an A+ on analogies. I think it was 3rd grade, we used to have like analogies on the board, like if this is this, then this is this, right? If Not See is kind of a funny name, then Israel is also kind of a funny name, right? Like, hey, by the way, their flags are so similar. Have you ever noticed how similar the flags are? It's kind of scary. If you walked into your art teacher, and I don't condone school at all. School should be abolished. But back in the 90s when school was the shit, you walk into your art teacher and you go, is the Nazi flag and the Israel flag, do those flags look kind of similar? They have the same motif, right? You got symbol. You know, what's the thing? Like, they're like cousins a little bit, right? Like, if you saw someone drawing one and you saw someone drawing the other, you'd be like, from a distance, you'd be like, which one are they drawing, by the way? That's what it is. That's how artistic. Yeah. That's the artistic clue between the link between Nazis and Israel, is that like if you see someone drawing their flag from a distance, you can't really tell. It's kind of the same. You know what I mean? If you see someone drawing the American flag, it's like, wow, that's a lot of stars in the upper left. You know what I mean? What's going on up there? But like between the Nazis and Israel, they're so similar, aren't they? Man, if it was like, wow, Israel, you changed a lot. You changed. You know, there's a huge heart on your flag now. It'd be different. But they didn't change even a little bit from being exactly like the Nazis. Yeah, double check that one for me. Yes, the similarities and the differences. I don't think we had much progress in all this after all this time, you know. In fact, with the genocides going on or whatever was going on out there, they're kind of getting worse. It is at that, like, your friend is getting worse of an alcoholic or something, you know, like, this is going somewhere, guys. He's partying. He's out there partying. You know what I mean? That was October 7th. It was kind of the party that your friend can't stop having, you know, like. He's partying too much. Yeah. Everyone wants to stay young forever. Everyone wants to believe that we're going to be teenagers forever, and some people act like it. You know what I mean? Some people want to party when they're like 50 years old, you know. And that's me. As an incel virgin, I have an excuse. Again, it's like the World of Warcraft people with the Third Degree Burning Crusade. As an Ultima Online, I have an excuse to kill everybody in World of Warcraft for doing this. But like regular World of Warcraft players, you don't have an excuse because you're not from Ultima Online. It's the same thing as the other thing. Yeah. What were we talking? I don't even remember what we were talking about. We were talking about Nazism. And then I made a perfect example. I mean, this example was perfect. And then the example was so perfect, I forgot what I was so proud of myself, I forgot what I was talking about. He's gonna do it. Sorry, I had to drink that. Sorry, I was just talking to the monsters. Yeah, Nazism. It's got nothing to do with religion, and people are going to be so mad because they've been hanging their hat on that for so long. I think people have been leaning on the thing. They don't just hang their hat on the idea that Nazism is about religion or race. They lean on the thing, and it's about to snap. You know the guy who walks into the place and he's like, it's not me, but it ends up being him. You know what I mean? He hangs his hat all the time on the fact that the Nazism is about religion or race. But it's him. He's actually the real true Nazi killing everybody. It's going to turn. We're going to find out. It comes to be. But like I said, they're not really gonna be able to, they're not gonna take it very well. We're not gonna take the news very well. That people who thought they were not Nazis actually were conducting Nazism the whole time. They're not gonna be. Oh yeah, we were talking about how similar Israel is to Nazism. Like very similar. Yes, it is not about religion when it comes to being a Nazi or conducting Nazism. It has nothing to do with religion. It has everything to do with the memory chip shortage. Those slaves who built those memory chips are gone. They were freed during the pandemic, and now they're not coming back. And that's all it takes. All you have to do is disbelieve that, and you're a Nazi. You win. You know, you've won the day. Yes, computer chips are made by 98%. It's like 1%, 98% slavery, 1% silicon. Come on. Dude, you know what? I was going to say there's no way that's true. Could you imagine if it's 1% silicon and 98% slavery and 1%, middle management? And it's not even like the people in charge were like, we're going to go free the slaves. They got accidentally freed during the pandemic, and social media ensured that. You need to understand how different the very familiar world, the means of production for people who ran Earth were very familiar. And they did not mean to free the slaves who made the computer chips. The Nazis. We can just basically admit those people are called Nazis. Because they don't want you to see that slavery builds the computer chips. Firstly and foremostly. And then after the pandemic happened and the slaves got accidentally freed, now they don't want you to see that the chips were even made by slaves. And it's a vicious cycle of things they don't want you to see, like God is not real. So they name their place Israel. Like. Yes, I'm suggesting that the name Israel itself is Nazism. It is a Nazi term for a fake God, pretending that a fake God is real. It's Nazism. Yeah, all gods are fake. I'm just saying that, you get it. It's just us. As he says in Contact, it's just he says in Contact to Jodie Foster at the end of the movie, he's like, it's just us. We're the aliens. We're the savages. That's Dazed and Confused. You know what this song is about? We're the aliens, man. We're the savages. And then silence. And then Shakespeare, the rest is silence, right? Like, I can't imagine the people who still believe in God, they hear what I say, and it's like, I just imagine one person per time I say that, it sinks in. And man, it takes a healthy, just like the way you put like fertilizer and dirt and like a healthy amount of like water over a plant, that thing will grow. Hey, by the way, it's Joe Rogan's friend. I'm going to say that, by the way. I'm going to say that. Upvote. Yeah. He was talking about how in Muslim, he calls them Muslim, which just stop doing it already. He talks about how in Muslim countries they eat other people. And he said it on Joe Rogan. And I was like, and remember when I said that the Messiah is going to tell everyone that cannibalism is real? I was sitting here hearing Joe Rogan and this guy talk about cannibalism in the Middle East, and I was sitting here going, it's happening. Right? I don't know who's going to be the person who tells everyone that worldwide cannibalism is real. They will be the actual Messiah, and I'll be the real true Messiah. But you will be more Messiah than me. I will be the first one to admit that whomever tells everyone on earth and has them hear you that human beings eat each other in real life today, to this day, that's a hallmark feature. It's like a defining characteristic of our species since the beginning. The cannibalism regularly in grocery stores everywhere. The first person who tells everyone that and has everyone hear you, you will be the true Messiah. The real Messiah. I mean the actual Messiah. The religious Messiah, the actual Messiah. I will be the real true Messiah because I said it first. And I'm Morpheus. I didn't actually say it first. Abe's Odyssey said it. There's a lot of people who came before me, but I was the first person to really put the pieces together that the Messiah, just like remember when I said Anne Frank, her life, her thing was a job description. Messiah is a job description. So Messiah and Anne Frank's job, they're both jobs that you can't look up for in the job fair. If you ask your guidance counselor in high school, I want to be Messiah. Well, you're going to have to tell everyone cannibalism is real. I want to be Anne Frank. Well, you're going to have to control the world war from your house that you never leave. It's just, you have to be pen pals with Hitler. It's just, there are jobs in this world, trust me on this, because it's my job, that they don't tell you about in high school. It's not when you click like career path on the fucking internet or whatever, they're not going to have click here from Messiah. You tell everyone cannibalism is real. Click here to stay home all day for your whole life and never make $1. It's a job description, but you get to control world wars. There are job descriptions in this reality that they don't tell you about. It's an entire job. It's like an entire lifetime. It's a career in Messiah, in becoming the Messiah. Has nothing to do with religion. Remember, the best part about all these things is that we were told this was religious, and it is not. It is wholly and entirely not religious, these facts. They have to do with religion. Who's been doing it? Religion. When it comes to who's been committing all these crimes, yes, it was religion. Yes, it was. Yeah, I don't have any. I love how he says, does anyone else have any questions? They never ask, does anyone else have any comments? It's a dominance thing. It's like a master slave thing. Famously, the teacher only asks, does anyone have any questions? Not, does anyone want to challenge me on Israel? It's such a power move, and it's kind of pathetic. It's not, I don't even think it's really very effective. I think it's a desperate thing to be like, does anyone have any questions? And fuck your comments, by the way, on challenging me about Israel. Yeah, if you have a question about page 49, the answer, the back of the book, I got you, but don't you dare question me about Israel. It's kind of what it is. It's kind of what that is. I've heard it so many times. It's kind of unmistakably what it is. Like someone who asks, does anyone have any questions? You know what I mean? Unless you just gave a seminar of some brand new shit that you just got, that you just invented. You know what I mean? Like if Dyson invents a new vacuum and it's a totally new mechanism no one's ever seen before, It's like, then does anyone have any questions? But if if we're having a debate about Israel, you know what I mean? If someone asks, does anyone have any questions? It's like, fuck your comments, by the way. Don't even think about saying anything. It's a safety measure. It's just so nobody gets into a fist fight, right? Like, hey, you, I don't like you. You know what I mean? I'm gonna punch you. You know what I mean? I think it's actually for legal reasons. You know what? I'm sure of it now that I think about it. Again, though, like, dude, where I come from, you could fight anyone. You know what I mean? Like, where I come from in Digital Utopia, we can and do fight people who are talking. You know, it's part of the debate. You know, like trial by combat. Trust me, nobody is better at trial by combat than me, because I feel very strongly about certain things, like cancer is fake. You know, and the moon landings were fake. You know what I mean? Like, when I do trial by combat, I'm ready to prove something. There is something like, as a duelist. And I'm a gladiator, but like, as someone who can duel is called a duelist. Man, when you have something to prove, right? It can make you fight better when you have something to really prove. And England just proved that by losing the soccer game. You know what I mean? That's the opposite of that. Sometimes it's totally the opposite of what I just said. Sometimes you can have something to prove and it goes the opposite, is what I'm saying. Just beware of having things to prove, you know. Speaking of which, it doesn't always go positive when you've got something to prove, by the way. I just wanted to say that. Just wanted to comment there. But like, for me, personally, trial by combat, I'm like better. You know me, like, it's not that I have ADHD. Remember I've ever said I have to care in order to fight, you know what I mean? Like, the heartbeat, the thumping, my heart never beats. That's what it is like, trial by combat, my heart will beat. I bet you my heart will beat if it's trial by combat. You know what I mean? That's how I can be better. We're turned on. Women would call that being turned on if this were sexual. I'm so tired of this. I'm tired of my own speech. I'm so alone. That was the sigh of, I'm talking about women, but I'm so alone. So we should probably stop talking about them. Talk about something else. Whoa, that was exciting, huh? I was just looking at, yeah, she's a pretty girl. She's such a pretty girl that I gotta go do something else. Oh yeah, no, the dab rig. I was supposed to be smoking weed this whole time. I don't know. I don't know what to say. I'm pretty sure Nazism is just going to propagate indefinitely no matter what I say, no matter what happens. I'm pretty sure we could bet on that. At this point, I'm ready to make the case for Nazism as I've described it, for kind of holding things together. Like, I wonder if you remember how I said that the computer chips were built by slaves? And then when we freed them all, it was like, whoa, maybe not. It's the same thing with the Nazis running Earth right now. Like, what if we get rid of them and it's worse? You know, like the gypsies run Earth. You know how I'm always talking about the Nazis, but you know, we're pretty sure the gypsies have something to do with the Nazis as is, but I mean even more so. I don't know. It's still we still see them pretty much wherever you look. It's not nice. It's not going to be nice. Like if you think what it is going to be traditionally nice sounding, that's not why we sound nice. The reason people sound really nice to each other and they're very polite is because base reality is super racist. You know, like Molly Jong Fast was trying to talk to her guest about what the racehorse theory is. She said that the racehorse theory is that you're gonna die exactly like your parents did, or you're gonna live a life exactly like your parents did, because of how racehorses work. It's the same thing with human beings, and like that's what I mean. That's what I mean. Like, there's this way that people who are really nice and very polite, they're not talking about base reality right now. You know what I mean? Yeah, base reality is a psychology term, right? Right? I'm pretty sure I got you on this because I'm a psychologist. Is base reality a psychology term? It's not. Oh, it's philosophy. Oh, computer science. Right, it's the simulation theory, and it's computer science, right? Base reality. I'm too young for 80s music. I am. I'm too young for 80s music. It's true. I was 4 years old at the end of the 80s. So every time a Gen Xer sings an 80s song, I'm like, before I was born, basically. You might as well be singing Chaucer and, Mozart at this point. No, I'm serious. Any 80s music, I'm like, we might as well be talking about the Duke of Earl from, the oldies but goodies days. Yeah. Because I'm the Duke of Earl, right? Yeah. You know, like that's what 80s music sounds like to me. They're the exact same thing in my head as a kid. As a kid, they were the exact same thing. So anytime a Gen Xer sings a song that he thinks I know, I'm like, the Duke, 'cause I'm the Duke of Earl. Yeah. Woo, 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 woo. I used to sing it. I used to listen to that on the school bus when I was like, I don't know, 7 years old, because they wouldn't let me hear rock and roll, you know. On cassette tape, right? Every day it was all CDs when I was growing up, but when I first listened to something on the bus, I'm pretty sure it was cassette tape on like a Walkman. Listen like the Duke of Earl, you know. And by the way, Gen X, the only thing they know is hairband lyrics. Like they didn't grow up with the internet, so it's like the ultimate offense when I can't relate to you know, Michael Jackson. Even early 90s I missed somehow. I was, 6 years old. But I am aware of it. As a historian, I am fairly aware of the timeline. And by the way, Pink Floyd music is going to age really well. That's drugs music. It has nothing to do with the 80s. Just so you know. Pink Floyd is straight out of the 60s, by the way. I thought Pink Floyd was recorded in like the 60s, by the way. Just so you know, they're not an 80s band. They're not. Yeah, in fact, any rap music which sounds like rap music, I've never heard before. That's also what goes along with that phenomenon. Like most of the rap music that people think like a hip hop, yeah, hip hop, hip hop. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, it sounds like the Duke of Earl to me. It all sounds like it was made in black and white. The 1920s. I'm hungry. I've got it. I already looked up there in the fridge, but I've got to go figure something out now. I can't keep giving this speech. We got to go eat something. Okay, I've scrounged together something. We're gonna do bacon, cheddar, and pizza. And the soda I don't like. I might end up drinking the soda I don't like. Not my stuff that I like, but the soda that I don't like. And I haven't decided whether I'm gonna have nothing or the stuff I don't like. I really should just have nothing. Because if I have the soda that I don't like, then they'll be like, oh, he drank it. And think it's okay to get more. It really sucks. It really does. I don't know. Everything is falling apart. As everyone gets older, everything is falling apart. That's what it's coming down to. Whoa, I almost knocked my microphone over. I thought I was so balanced and not falling over just now. I didn't know you were right there. But that's perfect. This must be the perfect... Because I didn't knock this microphone over and I'm talking into it, as soon as I turn my head, this must be the perfect... This must be the perfect microphone spot. It has to be. We've had, hey, speaking of Nazis, we've had if you think about it, just think about it. They've always said this, that like peace, we always take a bunch of peace for granted. We have lived in Walt Disney's imagination since Hitler fell, right? Why wouldn't it be good to wake up and live in base reality where cannibalism is real and the memory chip slaves went free and they're not coming back, and we never landed on the moon? And hold on, they're mentioning the gypsies. Hold on, they're doing gypsies on Talk TV. Downvote. Get out of here. There we go. All right. Back to normal. It's the memory chips, though. I didn't understand. I'm sitting here. I'm as amazed at that the memory chip shortage is about slavery as you are. But it makes sense now, doesn't it? That's why they can't get the chips going. Because they were always made by slaves on some level. It's like 98% of the computer chip was made by human slavery, and it wasn't manual. I mean, they make computer chips. I don't know if you've ever made a computer chip, but it takes thousands upon thousands of slaves. Just to I mean, like on a when I say slaves made a computer chip, I mean looking at a screen like this. Slaves make a computer chip. It's probably 10% physically making the wafers. But like so if 10% is the wafers, we're going to have to bump it down to 89% or 88% is slavery. Oh no, wait. The wafers are mined by slaves. So part of that physical production of the chips is in fact human slavery. I just wanted to clarify there. If you're about to nail me on my percentages, part of the 10% of physically making the chips does involve human slavery. So it's just a different kind. Yeah, and make fun of it. Yeah, by all means, start immediately making fun of what I'm saying because you think it's not real. That is Nazism, you know. Right, it's a defense mechanism. We don't actually say cope in psychology unless someone has died. Right? If a loved one is dead, you can say cope in psychology, but literally in every other example you're using it incorrectly in the wrong context. We use defense mechanism. Ever heard of that? When you were in an argument with someone and you lost it? That's what it is. 99% of the time when people say cope, they mean a defense mechanism. Anyway, that's why I don't sound like the kids, you know, like if anyone's wondering like why doesn't he sound more like a QAnon guy, you know? And it's like cuz I'm the psychologist here, that's why. And in psychology we don't use pseudo-psychology. We don't use pseudo-psychological terms like cope or, you know, copium. Like, whenever someone says that, it's just, oh, you don't know anything about psychology, do you? You don't have any words. It's like someone taught you, it's like someone didn't teach you English. That's why you use the word cope or copium, you know? Like, it's because you were not taught the English of psychology. In other words, it's a symbol of ignorance. And that's why I don't sound. It's a great explanation for why I don't sound like that personally. Yeah, I'm swirling smoke that we're not smoking. When I'm doing this, that's my hands going, shouldn't there be some weed smoke like right around here? Yes, excuse me. Did it break yet? Now we're playing Did It Break Yet? I think I'm going to turn off the sleep mechanism. Again, there's so many things we've fixed. I can't believe I fell for this is a 120 hertz TV again. But it's actually not. We just said it was. We have to deploy the capital. Don't tell mom and dad, but the answer is because they want us to, and we not only do they want us to, but we have to, at this point we have to deploy the money. No, I'm not tired yet. Not tired yet. Not even a little. you can tell that like my TV basically didn't get any better, even though they advertised it as twice as fast. So typical. I shouldn't have let my guard down for one little tiny second and trusted what the label said. That's the thing, like food, you basically do get 120 calories in a can of soda, you know, like, but man, when I thought we bought this with 120 hertz refresh rate and it said it on the label, man, did we not get that. Is it on? Here we go. Huh. All right, let's see if we can't stop this from... It's consistently doing that, so let's see if we can't stop it from doing that. Right? Pretty much. Let's eat some food, and while we're eating, we'll see if we can't stop it. No, I won't shut up unless we start eating something. No, it really is as simple as if I just put food in my mouth, I'll stop talking. Hopefully. Like, when has that ever worked? But hopefully. Sometimes I talk with my mouth full the whole time. We need music. Music. It's like when the emperor... It's like the Emperor's Hall where he just runs out of idea and he's like, music! Don't care. No, there's so many people trying to stop me by poisoning me. I don't even care about poison anymore. They're sending all the poison because remember when I said I have Anne Frank's job and I won't leave the house? They send poison here is their only hope of stopping me. And so like I it's like, dude, we deal with so much poison food around here. It's like we're bored of it. It's just constantly someone on the TV trying to sell us poison now. You know what I mean? Like, it's kind of cute. Yeah, it's like a legal way to kill you is like a poisonous medication. They just constantly run this commercial or something like, and they won't stop them either. Like, nobody is really telling them to stop doing it, even after all these years, right? Like, it's kind of been years and years they've been trying to kill people like that, and I'm not in it. Oh, I have ice lance. I forgot about ice lance. Holy shit, this whole time. Yeah, clap for that one. This is the stupidest thing you're gonna see me do in a long time. Before now or after now. This whole time I've had ice lance, but I haven't been using it. See, this is why it's funny. Regular viewers of the show will know that I only have one character, And that's why Blizzard is in such trouble, because they reset us, I don't know, about 3 times now. But I only have one character, and so I never level. And so what's funny is what that makes me is the worst at leveling, and what has happened is I leveled up and got a new spell and forgot that I had it for, I don't know, a day and a half now. It was on my bars, and I just wasn't using it. Ice Lance! Yeah, that's the first Ice Lance I've cast in a while. But, you know, we did this a few years ago, and it was supposed to have stuck, and then they sent it to Asmongold's Pandaria cult. So, like, technically I've already done this recently, and then they reset it again. And that's why everyone is like, we're not doing this. I know you think this is how it's gonna be forever, but this is not what's up. And even though we're here, I guarantee you this is not what's up. In other words, they made a huge mistake, you know, and they probably are gonna avoid huge mistakes in the future. Who is the bad guy? Do you know what I mean? If I'm the real QAnon and the moon landings were all fake and, you know, vaccines causes AIDS and, worldwide cannibalism is real in every grocery store and the slaves who built the computer chips all got freed during the pandemic and they're not coming back within our lifetimes. Could you imagine what if all that stuff is actually true? And I really, truly do believe that, just so everyone knows. It's not a LARP. It's not a role play. I really, truly believe that. The Messiah is the guy who tells everyone's cannibalism. If all that is true, who's the bad guys? You really have to, like, go, who is the bad guys here? And it's Epstein, right? There's Epstein and the King of England. I don't know. We're trying to... Who's the bad guys here? Who's doing that? Who is doing all that stuff, you know? It would be lovely if I was totally wrong. It was all conspiracy theory, but that's why they invented the word conspiracy theory for the JFK case, and those people are still suspects. You know what I mean? So, like, in other words, the word conspiracy theory itself is compromised. It's it's biased. It's a suspect in its own court case. You know what I mean? Like, those people are still alive. The people who did that, like, except for Kissinger, except for Henry Kissinger, right? It's a great theory of who did it. I hope it's not me. If all of that stuff is true and the only way we exist is that it's a secret, that makes me the villain. But as a journalist, the truth is never the villain, even if it kills everybody. Not exactly. I don't know if you know this, but I come from a dysfunctional family. And so when I eat like cheddar bacon without the hamburger, it's because the family is dysfunctional. But they always get it back together. Yeah. They were on vacation. Every time they take a vacation, we stop buying my food. It's true. Check 1, 2. I haven't heard myself. Oh, great. Oh, great. We heard everything. I was hoping my microphone was off for all that. Sometimes it's more fun to give the greatest speech of your life and have the microphone off, because you need to give it again and we can just pretend that was it. Yeah, I can tell whether we have real viewers or not by the amount of people who say nice setup. But the real one is the people who mention the chessboard. Utah News couldn't handle the QAnon. You know what the question is? If they hauled me into a courtroom right now for any reason, and we were debating Nazism, what was I going to say? Oh, yeah. I almost forgot what I was going to say because it's so random. Not random, but it's so wild. You don't hear it. If they hauled me into a courtroom and were like, we're debating what Nazism is and what all this Nazi stuff is. You know what Nazi is? Oh, yeah. No, the question would be, is religion Nazism? That's the question you nail them in court with. Because the answer is yes. On some level, the answer is yes. Here we go. I mean in purely realistic context. Is religion Nazism? I mean purely religiously. Like if we know for sure that there are no such thing as gods, then religion is definitely Nazism. But here's the point. If you want to become the actual Messiah and have a religious experience, go ahead. It's neither here nor there for me. When it comes to who's going to be the Messiah, you could be religious or non-religious. As long as you tell everyone on earth and have them hear you, you're the actual Messiah. You are the religious Messiah. That's right. I was going to say, it's a good point. Now that I mention it, it's a very good point. That even if you are a convinced atheist, if you manage to tell everyone on earth that worldwide cannibalism is real and they hear you, it's not that they don't see it, they're like Nazis, they actually transform from Nazis into actually hearing you, that does make you the religious Messiah, even if you're non-religious. You are technically the actual Messiah, the religious, which is the religious Messiah. Me, I'm the true real Messiah. I could also become the actual Messiah, the religious Messiah, but right now, it's the Oracle would see me and they go, "You're not it." Right? You got the gift, you got the info. You got the memo that worldwide cannibalism is real and runs grocery stores everywhere. But if the Nazis don't hear you, you're not the one. You're not the Messiah, the religious Messiah, the actual Messiah. But I am the real Messiah, the true Messiah. You know. But it still could be me. Every day that I look for the actual Messiah, there's a chance that I become that. And we never find the actual Messiah, that I become that in looking for him. So that's why I keep talking about it, more or less. It's a great point, though, that whomever you are, even if you're non-religious, you are technically the religious Messiah if you tell everyone that worldwide cannibalism is real. But the Nazis have to hear you. If the Nazis can't see you, if the Nazis can't see it, we don't see it. We don't see it. That doesn't count. The Oracle will pick up your palm and go, "You're not the one. You have the gift. You got the info here that worldwide cannibalism is real, but you're not the one yet." And she tells everybody that. Everybody who comes through there, you go, as long as you know worldwide cannibalism is real, you got the gift, but you're not the one. And, and she's just shaking your hand like anytime now one of these guys is going to tell everybody it's going to stick. The Nazis will hear you. For once. That was lowercase Nazis, by the way, not capital N. I'm talking lowercase Nazis will hear you. Ha 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 ha. Hilarious. All right? Hilarious. You know what? Jokes are written, right? And you proved it. Right. I love the person who's watching my show and he's like, I want to tax you. And it's like, no, you're not gonna. No, you're not. You're gonna dismantle your society before you figure that out. You're gonna find all these ways to crumble civilization before you get to that. Weakness. You know what it is? It's weakness. Anytime someone watches my show and they're like, we're going to tax him, that is weakness. Because it's a symbol, it's proofs that you're a know-nothing who doesn't know anything. And it's like an archer who's run out of arrows and they javelin throw their bow at you. That's what I hear when someone goes, we're going to wealth tax you for this show. It's like, yeah, I know you're out of arrows, and no, throwing the bow at me isn't going to work. They got Al Capone on taxes, but that's old news. They're never going to get me on taxes, so don't worry. I don't even file my taxes. They can't get me on it. I don't even remember why I don't file my taxes. That's how long ago it was. I've never had a real job, basically. That must have been it. It must have been 2007 or something. So if I haven't paid taxes since 2007, the idea that they're going to come here and tax me and tax this is destroying the country. I don't even file. Anne Frank didn't file her taxes either. You know, that was why they arrested her. Basically, you're going to have to become a bunch of Nazis and go get Anne Frank if you want to stop me, you know? That's why it's a good job. Sheila Fogarty of LBC Radio, allow me to explain. I'm a psychologist. Allow me to explain why British people can't get over the loss of soccer in America. Because that's the funniest thing I've ever heard. No, because I'll tell you why. Because America is bigger than England. It is a physically bigger place than England. And England still and so England's going to have this inferiority complex. The word and is this thing on? Like, make sure this thing is recording. The reason England is going to have a hard time with this soccer loss is because of this thing called British supremacy and the inferiority complex, which is worse than losing. It sounds like default if you lost, you got the inferiority complex. No. This is much worse than that. The prognosis is way worse than that. But it's just because they have to, the inferiority complexes, they just have to feel better than America. They have to be the best in America. That's all. And that's a classical case of inferiority complex. It's complex. It's not simple. It's not the British are suffering from the inferiority simplicity. It's the inferiority complex. It's hilarious how it means the way that they laugh at me for saying that World of Warcraft is serious. This the same way I don't know about soccer. It's not even I don't care about soccer. We don't even know about soccer in America. That's the hardest truth to admit for British people is like, not only do we not know British politics, we don't even really know about soccer. Not just your soccer, but like, period. Soccer, period. End of sentence. The way that Chinese people speak Chinese in a way that's very significantly different from the way English people speak English. That's how we know. That's how much we know about soccer in America. In other words, I didn't know what cricket was. I thought cricket was a darts game until I was in my 20s. I dropped a piece of bacon in my lap and it's like gone. So I'm sort of relieving myself of any responsibility of where that bacon ends up on this live stream. Hearing the British people talk about why Lionel Messi could get the ball through them when they didn't want him to, it sounds like somebody talking about why I won the arena as a fire mage in threes. If only I could have heard those conversations. But they literally sound like they're talking about me when I win as fire mage in arena threes. Or like when I do this, it's like it sounds like they're talking about how I can do this. Yeah. There are people who play World of Warcraft who are like, how can he pull 3 elites and kill one in that amount of space? And it's like the same reason Lionel Messi got the ball down there when you were like, don't let him, right before you were like, don't let him get the ball down there. Or it's all fake. Or it's all professional wrestling. Like if MMA is fake and soccer is fake, I'd be like, of course it is. Right? Because wrestling used to be real until they faked it and tricked everyone. Why wouldn't MMA be real until they fake it and trick everyone? And the same thing with soccer. Of course they would fake it. Of course soccer would eventually become professional WWE Hulk Hogan slam wrestling. It's fake. That's why it's fake. But if it's not fake, they're talking about someone like me who actually is legit the best. You know what I mean? I think we're the same age, him and me. Let's hope he took. Let's hope I inspired him. Could you imagine? Yeah, it's like one of only 2 outfield players to ever do that. That's the kind of World of Warcraft player I am. And even my own guild is like, fuck him, he ain't shit. It's like, hey, can you change back to the spec everyone else is using? That's what they think about how good I am. We're looking for people to blame our progression stall on. Can you change your spec back? It's soccer, you know what I mean? All right, sports isn't the news. This is gone on way too long. Let's head over back to America. That's about as much soccer as I can do. That's really why I do the British news and the American news, because when everybody's talking about one thing, they really do. And at best, it's only in their country. And you can change countries for the day and not hear one thing about soccer again. If we watch the news all day today, we might not hear one thing about soccer. You know what I mean? If I don't think that's true. I think they're going to do 20 seconds on it. They'll do 20 seconds on you lost. And they're not even not even like good Americans, they're not even going to rub it in to the British. That's how much we don't care about soccer. It's worse than even making fun of you. It's just, we truly can't care enough to even make fun of the British right now. That's how bad it is. It should be the SNL skit this week is that the Americans can't even care enough to make fun of the British. About soccer. Like, more than our need to make fun of the British is our need to not care about soccer. And I was a soccer player. I was a star soccer player when I was 6 years old. And that's the funniest thing is that I was a star soccer player when I was growing up in elementary school, and I had never heard of the World Cup. I had never even heard of it. I thought football was spelled Futbol because of Spanish class when I was in second grade. I thought that Europeans spelled it Futbol until I was in middle school. You know, like, I mean, like, in my teenage years, I believed that. And I would imagine that if British people heard me say that, they would be like, "There's no way he's definitely exaggerating, right?" Like, and it's like, no, dude, I didn't know what cricket was either. I thought cricket was darts until 2006. You know, until 2003. It had to be about 2010. You know. I was, yeah. I was well into my teenage years when I found out what cricket was. It's like opposite day when you find out that the rest of the world plays baseball with like crickets, and you're just like, what the heck is going on? And then it's like the gypsies, but that mystery of, like, when you're a kid, you think the whole world plays baseball. You think Xi Jinping grows up playing baseball. You think, you know, the royal family of England. You think they grow up all playing baseball when you're a kid in America. They're on their baseball team, you know, like, but like they play croquet on horses. That's how different it is than in our minds. To this day, I still go, they really play croquet on horses, or is that like a urban legend? Anyone who plays polo in America is in a bikini in a chlorinated pool at a pool party, you know, and they're going to play Marco Polo next because nobody, you know what I mean? Like, it's hilarious. The whole point is that it's fucking hilarious how different England is from America. It's fucking hysterical. And I'm telling you, when you tell British people, they think I'm exaggerating. I'm really not. And I'm a very smart person. I'm a very rather educated person, and I made it through without even knowing what cricket or soccer was all about. You know, like. I love cricket. Growing up, though, I loved playing cricket on the dartboard. You know what I mean? It was the only game we could play on the dartboard. And like I remember in my teenage years, somebody trying to explain to me that there was another game. Actually, I remember where I was. Oh my god, I just had a flashback. I remember exactly where I was. I was talking to my father. I was at my uncle's house. I was at my cousin's house, and they had a dartboard on the wall. And I was playing cricket with like my dad and my brother or something. And they were teaching me, you know, like they teach me everything. And it came up that there was another game called cricket other than this. And that was the day that I learned. And I didn't even see it. I just heard about it, that they play it like with bats and stuff. And it's like, but like looking back on it now, that's the gypsies. You know what I mean? Like, that's what we were talking about with the gypsies. That was the distance that I had from the gypsies when I was growing up, in other words. It's like the reverse Cantillon effect. The Cantillon effect is whomever is closest to the King of England gets all the money. It's like ultra trickle down. There's trickle down theory of economics, and then there's the Cantillon effect where we can't even tell you how important it is to be close to the money printer. It's like that. Whatever we were talking about. I can't remember what we were talking about. Oh, the differences between America and England? Something like that. No, I don't do sports news. But I do psychology. That's the thing, is like, I'm the psychologist, so like when really significant psychological events are happening, it doesn't really matter whether I hate sports in the news. It's like we're here for the World War news, actually, because they're taking soccer too seriously. So I just wanted to say that, like, I am here under psychology, under the pretext of psychology. We're waiving my normal protest of sports news for some psychological insight. Because they have a disorder. It's like soccer disorder that they have. So like, it really is like, I really do have to be here for this. If they're gonna go through full blown soccer disorder in England, as a psychologist, I have to be here for this, whether I like the sports news or not. If you're going full blown soccer disorder, this is why I became a psychologist. Yeah, we don't even talk about England when we grow up in America. And we definitely don't talk about soccer. Unless you're on the soccer team at school. They're the only people who talk about soccer ever. It'd be like the lacrosse team. It'd be like expecting the lacrosse team to make the news. It's like, really? The lacrosse team. Like, how much did we bring up lacrosse in the news this year? 0. You know what I mean? Like, that's how much we talk about soccer in America. When we're growing up as kids, you know? When you play soccer as a kid in America, nobody ever mentions that it's a thing in Europe. They really don't. And it's called football. We didn't even talk about it. Because when anyone says football, you're talking about you know, American football. So there's no mistake. There's nobody ever gets it mixed up enough to ever mention it. If we mixed them up at least a little bit, that'd be one thing. But every single time you say football in America, it's the NFL. And that's it. There's nobody ever questions what did you mean. Ever. The whole time you grow up. I mean, K through 12, grades K through 12, you never hear it. Even if you play soccer, you never hear it. Same thing with British politicians. I mean, seriously. You know if I say, and the same exact thing with British politicians, they go, oh, soccer really is not that big in America, is it? I know the British politicians, like I shouldn't. The cops are coming for me because of how much I know about the British politicians that I shouldn't. Just as a weed smoker in America, it's like really suspicious that I even know about British politics. You know? I'm just bored with the American news. You know? The only reason I really do the British news is because America doesn't have 24/7 live news. I'm so alone, you know? When you have Anne Frank's job, it's very reassuring to hear live humans talking. You know what I mean? Like you live in a torture chamber or something. So like that's the only reason why I know so much about England now is because I'm so alone. Oh, and that America doesn't do like 24-hour news. Like 24 hours a day news. England has 4 options for 24 hours a day news, except for, you know, in the wee hours sometimes. You get half of that from like 11 p.m. to 2 a.m. England and America are asleep. But as soon as 2 a.m., you got 4 channels again. You know what? Remember when my parents were growing up and they were like, we only had 4 channels on the television? It's the exact same thing right now for me with live news and for everyone else with live news. Live 24 hours a day news. There's a handful of channels. Most of them are in England. And like sometimes there's 0 in America as far as live news. And so when you are like Anne Frank, when you live the life of Anne Frank like I do, it's more important. It becomes more important to you that you're hearing live people talking. It's like it's the way like caged monkeys will clutch and cling on to like a rug, like a rolled up rug in their cage. It's like it's not their mother, but it's just a rug feeling shaped radio show, you know? In other words, it's not like personally I like you. It's that like animalistically as a primate, I need to cling to another greater ape, you know, like that's really why I do the British news. Because they have like a spoiler alert, they're in charge of Earth. That's why they have 4 live news stations 24 hours a day. America's got 0, you know, like it's a very good reason. It's a very logical there's a very monetological explanation for why that is. What's the word for monetological that I'm thinking of that I can't remember right now? Monetarily. Monetarily speaking. Is that what I... Yeah, just pretend I said monetarily speaking. Monotological is almost like monotone. Monotone-logical. It's definitely symphonic, not economic. Yeah. And we're the crazy ones. When you say football, it should mean soccer. Like, when I hear a British person just say football casually, it's like, he says it right. But Americans will never hear an American say football and ever think soccer. I don't think. Just like the slaves who made the computer chips are never coming back, Americans are never really going to call it football. I mean, it sounds weird when I say it right now. You know. Yeah, it's like, have a day of crying. That's what she said. It's like, we don't even talk about soccer. You know, like, I don't think people understand in Europe that Americans don't talk about soccer. I keep saying it. You don't get it, though. You don't really get it. It's funny how much I can't communicate that we don't talk about soccer. You know, like, there's no words for it. I thought everybody played baseball when I was a kid because Japanese people play baseball. You know what I mean? Like, I thought Indians were out there playing baseball all day, but like, no, they don't. No, they do not. In fact, if the gypsies want to make the world a better place, start playing baseball instead of cricket. And I don't know why, I just know things will get a little better. You know, everyone's, you know. It's a great solution. Americans will start playing more soccer and Indians will start playing more baseball. And I don't know why. That'll probably be good for everyone. Because cricket is an Indian game. I mean, they used to play with it. They were so poor, they played with a cricket. You know, like, obviously, it's a game that very poor people play. That's why they named it cricket. Yeah. It's not because cricket is fun to play. It's because the amount of money that you need is like a junkyard of trash to play. You know, like. Right? Like, they break sticks with the ball. Like, those are going in the fire of a white master somewhere in the original game. You know what I mean? Like, instead of, like, it must have been some holiday, the white master, who was English, he was like, look, I need you to chop all this firewood into kindling for my fire. And the Indian slaves or poor, they made a game out of like breaking the sticks in half, and that's how cricket was. And they did it with a dead cricket body because they were so poor. You know, like, famously, like, very rich castle owning, white people, they play billiards. They would play these, like, pool games with, like, pinball. That's where pinball was invented, was, like, the Knights of the Round Table. So, like, you play with, like, billiard balls made of, like, ivory. That's very expensive. Cricket, they play with a dead cricket. Originally, they played with a dead cricket, not even a ball. They were, like, hitting a dead cricket with the paddle that they were spanked with or something. Like, it's not a fun game. It's a slave pastime. It's something that the slaves did when they found a dead cricket. But I grew up thinking everybody plays baseball. I didn't even know what cricket was. Thought it was a darts game. So the funniest thing ever is when the British think that we ever talk about them or soccer. That's what I was trying to get at here. It's fucking hilarious. Oh, hey, look, I already did all my XP. Let's get out of here. I just completed my task finally. Wow. We can actually do something else on this live show other than the bad ideas of idiots at this game creator. That's the only way to grind in video games, is give an angry speech about the state of politics. All right? I think we're on to something. Because I didn't even notice we finished. We finished, 5 minutes ago. I didn't even notice. Normally, we would sell these to people we like, but in post-apocalyptic times, the auction house isn't really where it's at right now. In other words, I don't even need, if they're not going to keep everyone's character, then I don't even really care about this character, do I? So it's like we're just doing the bare minimum and no one cares anymore. And I barely remember what we were talking about. I just know that we're not caring anymore about Blizzard. That's all I know, is that we don't care about them anymore, including their characters. Because they messed up so badly, because obviously they don't care about us. Yeah, there's people who are like, just leave your house. Just get out there and leave your house, like, just tell your parents that you hate them. And it's like, But then we'd have to stop doing QAnon every day at 2 o'clock in the morning, and I'd have to go be a slave. All right. Yeah. No, the only way we're going to flee my abusers is if we tell everyone in the nation and the world that I'm QAnon. Yeah, if you guys all don't believe I'm QAnon, then we can't have me leave the house because it's not safe for QAnon. Whether you believe it's me or not, it's just not safe for QAnon if we don't know who he is, because they'll just try to kill him and then pretend it's them. The theory is that there's going to be someone who tries to kill me and pretend that he was me the whole time. But if I never leave the house, then you really have to come kill me. And I'm already a famous murderer, the son of a black belt, so it's a lot dicier than you'd think trying to come kill me straight up with all the weapons around, you know. Now we're in a battle, you know, like now we're in a war, and cops from other towns are going to be like, what's going on over there? People are killing each other. That's how it's kind of is, you know. But that's the theory, is that someone who wants to steal all of the QAnon ideas can just destroy me, and then they'll steal everything. But that's why I'm in danger. That's why I can't go hang out. That's why I can't just leave the house and go have fun like you guys, you know, like they'll track me down and find me. And the best option for them right now is to murder me and never have the truth come out. You know, it's very common. It's so common for the only last option for these billionaires is to kill the person with the truth. It's so common. That's how Freddie Mercury died. That's how, who else had cancer when it was fake? You know what I mean? Who had James Vanderbeek had secrets that couldn't get out. Who had secrets that couldn't get out, like, and they killed him? Like, there's really, I'm actually ashamed that I can't remember them. There's so many examples. There was one really good one recently where it was like, stop taking the medication. They're trying to kill you, man. James Vanderbeek is a good example. But I had a better example, and I can't remember it right now. It was someone who basically anyone who went into cancer treatment and died immediately. There's so many. Norm from Computer, News. James Vanderbeek, you know what I mean? Like, well, Technoblade, right? From Minecraft. Again, there are people who like know too much. Oh, Bob Marley. Bob Marley died of cancer because he knew too much, like. Oh, Christopher Hitchens died of cancer, knew too much. See what I mean by like, dude, we're just getting started. I will make you blush by the end of this list of people they've killed with cancer who knew too much. Christopher Hitchens is a great example, by the way. Oh my God, I just threw a fastball down the center. Yeah, in fact, if you like a regular watchers of Real Time with Bill Maher, Christopher Hitchens being killed with chemotherapy because he knew too much. Absolutely beautiful example of what I'm talking about. And there are so many. But that's Nazism. When they look back 1,000 years from now, those people will all be akin to Adolf Hitler and Nazi Germany. All of those doctors, those cancer doctors, they will all be Joseph Goebbels, and, you know, they will be remembered as such. Terrible murderer gypsies. Because a lot of them are Indian. It is no coincidence that a lot of the murderer doctors who will be remembered as Nazis forever have an Indian name. Because you can buy an Indian doctorate for about $500. The theory is that if you transfer your money from British squid or American bucks into, gypsy dinare or gypsy rupees or whatever they're called, you can purchase a doctorate in medicine and become a doctor for, $500 for the amount of money, in my wallet before my mom took it. For half the money in my wallet before my mom took it. Yeah. But yeah, that's why you should never ever trust a cancer doctor. Like, it's not just one of the reasons. There are so many devastating... Oh, Scott Adams with the plutonium. They gave him plutonium chemotherapy. Scott Adams is a perfect example. I feel like Charlie Kirk is an even better example. If he only died of what Scott Adams got. I kid you not, they put plutonium into Scott Adams before he died. What isotope of plutonium did the doctor give Scott Adams when he died? Plutovict is a radiogland therapy. Oh no, Pluvicto. All right, you don't need to hear much after that. I promise. I guarantee. You know what I mean. Like, you get it. You get the point. Yeah, the isotope releases radiation to destroy the human body from the inside. And he fought for it. The President of the United States called Scott Adams before he did that, and he begged him, don't take it. And guess who did? Kaiser Health. What is a Kaiser again? What did the hold on. I have a follow-up question. What did the Kaiser do in World War I and II? Yeah. He did something during World War. That's all we know about Kaiser Health Media or whatever. The Kaiser Health Alliance. is they have something to do with the Nazis in World War. We got it. We get the picture, you know. I prove I prove my point when I say what the Kaiser have to do with World War, and it's like, look, this is a long explanation. How much time you got? You know. You want some plutonium in your veins, in your blood, you know? Anyway, Scott Adams, his hand turned purple with plutonium before he died. That's the thing, is that your body is radioactive, so every caretaker nurse that you have is now like a Chernobyl survivor. So that's why he died so quickly after the plutonium. And like literally your dead body is radioactive and like a biohazard. It's a radioactive biohazard. So like it's a poison. They poisoned Scott Adams is what we're getting at. You know, like by the way, that dude dropped like this after he started taking it, you know. Yeah, no, you do not have to kill people with poison in medicine. No matter what anyone tells you we have to do, you do not have to kill patients with poison in medical practice. Even if your SS soldier officer tells you to, you actually do not have to. I repeat, you do not have to kill people in medicine with poisons, like Scott Adams. You know. Yeah, I repeat, just as a reminder, you do not have to administer poisons at the request of your nearest SS officer. You know, like, just a friendly reminder. Like, I'm not trying to be a jerk or hurt anyone's feelings, but as a reminder, when it comes to poisons in doctor's office, you do not actually have to administer the poisons. Even if your SS officer orders you to. And it's a great friendly reminder. When we talk about Scott Adams, how he died, it's a great reminder. Isn't it getting kind of old? Like, isn't your friend dying of cancer getting kind of old? Like, aren't we all bored of it yet? Yeah. Like they're trying to like progressively waste my body away with all these different poisons that they enter into the house. It's like, no, we're not taking them. I'm telling you, the only way they can stop me is poisoning me in here, and they're really trying. The pharmaceutical medical community is trying their hardest to stop me as a human being, as a person, from living, you know. No, it's true. Because what that means is you killed your family with medicine. If you were the one who told them to go in for treatment and they died of chemotherapy, what that means is that you are the actual villain and your stupidity is the villain. It's not just your hubris or your anger and you killed your family. You're so ignorant. You are so bad in school. You get such an F grade that your family is dying from medicine. It's got to be, objectively, it has to be one of the most disgraceful things you can ever do to your family is kill them with medicine. Hashtag cancer. Yeah, and you can get a consensus. Now you can get a consensus. You can go into the hospital and say, look, I need some well-paid people who agree with me that my family member should be poisoned to death. Let's go. Let's find a little thing wrong with him and blame it on that and just poison him to death. I'm going to BRB, and we're actually going to do something other than level up like we were doing. I can actually go do something now instead of give a speech. I mean, I'm not going to leave the house. We're going to do something else on this live stream. You know? Obviously. Something over here. We're gonna learn this DJ deck. You know, like I'm not actually gonna leave the house when I do something different. Just don't get it confused. I can tell my speech was really bad because when I leave, I stop giving the speech and leave the room. Our view count goes from 0 to 2. I'm gonna load him in like that from now on. I know what we're gonna do. We're gonna do the DJ tutorial that I had to abruptly and rudely end earlier. Let's actually do a little DJ walkthrough tutorial. I'm gonna try and follow along here. Last time I tried to absorb the information and we tried to absorb too much at once, and so I'm gonna return to the absorption materials.
double the track over, scratch with the same track, a sample or whatever, and then have the track still playing on the other deck. Also useful if, for whatever reason, you want to free up a deck with the audience not knowing. You just set all the controls the same, instant double it, and mix over into the new deck. Okay, I want to show you now something that is actually not to do with the library, but it is to do with that knob. So before I forget, let's look at this function. So look once more at the waveforms at the top of the screen display. By holding down Shift and turning the browse knob, I can shrink and expand the waveforms, and this can be really useful if you want to drill in order to do beat gridding or just to see closely where you're putting your cue points and so on. And conversely, zooming out gives you far more of the track in view, so you can see when breakdowns are coming along, for instance, a little bit more easily. You can see more of the track that's about to be played. Rekordbox has something called Playlist Palette, which lets you have playlists permanently open on the screen that you may want to be referring to again and again. And you can switch through your playlist palette settings by using the Shift button.
I think that's just in Rekordbox. I don't think I can do that in Serato Pro.
I'm flicking through different settings here, and the blank area in the middle of the screen is where those playlists can be dragged to from the computer. So this is beyond the scope of this tutorial. It's a Rekordbox feature, but just so you know that's there when you're getting dug deeper into how to use Rekordbox. There's a shortcut there, so you don't have to do all that stuff on the screen once they're set up. And finally, the view button has three functions. The main function is to turn on or off that full library view that you can see there. It can be useful when you're selecting tracks to get more on the screen at that point. The second function is when you are in a list of tracks and you decide that you want to play one but not quite now, by holding down the view button, it adds it to a new list which can appear in the playlist palette that I told you about earlier at the top here. You see this list called Tag List that I've just made appear. So now, by selecting any tracks and then holding down the view button, they appear in that tag list and you can see them adding at the top there. This is a temporary list of tracks. It's a bit like pulling them out of a Rekordbox. Once you've played them, they disappear from that list. And finally, there's a useful related tracks item in that tree down the left-hand side there that allows you to select an X track based upon criteria like BPM and key, so it's more likely to work with the track you're currently playing. And there is an easy way of getting to that menu from the view button. So instead of using the cursor to move up and down to find that related tracks there and pressing on it to make the related track show and then to pick one, we can just press Shift and View, and that related tracks BPM and key menu comes up there. And now we can look through them and find something suitable to play next. Now over in Serato, things are broadly the same with a few differences. Again, rotating the knob will move us through our current playlist. Pressing the back button will take us back to the left-hand view where we can select a playlist that we want to have a look at. Pressing it will take us there. Pressing again will load the track onto the deck. Double pressing the opposite deck will do the instant double thing like that. And if they're playing, of course, they'll both be playing then. But you don't get the other double click on this deck. If you double click on one deck, you're just going to reload the track that was there in the first place. So these buttons here, View, will go through the various views of Serato's software that are similar to switching to the browser view or the main view on Rekordbox, but you get certain extra views on here that cycle through. And then with Shift, by pressing View, we go through 4 different extra views. You can see File, Browse, Prepare, and History in that top section there in Serato. And again, if we use the View button to go to a slightly bigger view there, where we're just seeing the library, you can see those a little bit better. And Prepare, which is similar to the tag tracks in Rekordbox, is the temporary window. And to add tracks to the Prepare window, just press Shift and back. Right, time to have a whistle-stop tour of the deck, and we'll be coming back to a lot of these features when we look specifically again at Rekordbox and Serato. But here's what we got. In Rekordbox, these buttons let you save and also recall memory cues and memory loops, the kind of old-fashioned way of having loops and cues with Pioneer DJ gear. This is a more thoroughly modern way of mixing. This is called Mix Point Select, and it lets you pre-plan mixes ahead of time in your set. We'll talk more about Mix Point Link in a little while. This is a quantize button that makes everything snap to the nearest beat or fraction of a beat when you're using cues and loops and so on to keep everything sounding tight. If you hold down the Shift button and press this, it will wake the whole unit up.
God damn it.
To sleep. The split button allows you to scratch and use cue points and so on, while the track effectively carries on playing underneath what you're doing, and when you stop, the track carries on to where it would have been. Holding down shift and pressing this switches the whole jog wheel in and out of the vinyl mode, where at the top of it acts like a record or acts more like a CDJ jog wheel, which is a nudge kind of action. The jog wheel feel decides how quickly or slowly this thing slows down. Put it on light and it'll be very, very light in feel. Put it on heavy and it's much more tight in feel. You'll set this to something that's close to what you like. This is the main tempo control that slows down when you push up. Sometimes a little bit counterintuitive that if you're new to this stuff. Somewhere in the middle there is the tempo of the track at 0. Tempo reset will put the tempo back to 0 and then lock this control. Turning that off again will enable it again. If you hold down shift and press this one, you can change the tempo range, which means it will slow down and speed up more or less depending upon what you set it to, and that will cycle through all the different tempo ranges that are available. Beat sync, and then holding down shift and pressing beat sync will set this to the master deck, which all the other decks will sync to. This is the key sync button.
We made too much noise.
Hold it down will turn on or off what's called master tempo. Master tempo is where when you speed up or slow down the tempo of the track, the pitch stays the same or the pitch also moves up and down. And then holding down shift and tapping this button will reset the key to its normal key if you use key sync to change the key of the track. These are your performance pads, and these pad mode buttons here decide what is going to happen on the pads. So I'm going through different performance pad modes here, and to get the performance pad modes underneath, you hold down shift and you press the different buttons underneath as well. These two buttons here cycle through the pages that are available to you on these pads. So there's actually 16 pads available to you in these functions, but there are only 8 pads physically. So there's actually a info which beat you can feel, put it on heavy, and it's much more tight. In feel.
There, now I can control the video from here on this little tiny keyboard.
Something that's close to what you like. This is the main light wheel the track how you got point of it. We back deep focus here and shoot to the browse view or the main view on record watch, but you get certain extra view. You can do that menu up and down. We can BPM and key menu comes up there, and now we can look through them and find something suitable to play next. Now over in Serato, things are broadly the same with a few differences. Again, rotating the knob will move us through our current playlist. Pressing the back button will take us back to the left-hand view where we can select a playlist that we want to have a look at. Pressing it will take us there. Pressing again will load the track onto the deck. Double pressing the opposite deck will do the instant doubles thing like that. If they're playing full sub
It even has a touch screen mouse on it that you can click with one hand here. See? It's so cool. You can turn it on and off in one hand too. It's a very cool controller. It's the RII, R-I-I. The RII Mini i8.
And then with shift by pressing view, we go through 4 different extra views. You can see file, browse, prepare, and history in that top section there. Instantly, with what is something like that. If they're playing 4 sub open deep pressing to that related tracks, BPM and key.
Volume up.
And now we can look through them and find something suitable to play next. Now over in Serato, things are broadly the same with a few differences. Again, rotating the knob will move us through our current playlist. Pressing the back button will take us back to the left.
So I'll volume it up to 39 on the TV, and then I bring it down to 28 or 30 on the volume button here. Bring it up and down.
Double thing like that. If they're playing the fourth, they're both playing then, but you don't get the other double click on this deck. If you double click on one deck, you're just going to reload the track that was there in the first place. So these buttons here, on one pressing, pressing it with this. Again, rotating the knob will move us through our current playlist. Pressing the back button will take us back to the left-hand view where we can select a playlist that we want to have a look at. Pressing it will take us there. Pressing again will load the track onto the deck. Double pressing the opposite deck will do the instant doubles thing like that. If they're playing 4 sub open playing then, but you don't get the other double click on this deck. If you double click on one deck, you're just going to reload the track that was there in the first place. So these buttons here, view, will go through the various views of Serato's software that are similar to switching to the browse view or the main view on record watch, but you get certain extra views on here that we go through 4 different extra views. You can see File, Browse, Prepare, and History in that top section there in Serato. And again, if we use the View button to go to a slightly bigger view there, where we're just seeing the library, you can see those a little bit better. And Prepare, which is similar, just top extra view of Recordbox, but you get certain extra views on here that cycle through. And then with Shift, by pressing View, we go through 4 different extra views. You can see File, Browse, Prepare, and History in that top section there in Serato. And again, if we use the View button to go to a slightly bigger view there, where we're just seeing the library, you can see those a little bit better. And Prepare, which is similar to the tag tracks in Recordbox, is the temporary window. And to add tracks to the Prepare window, just press Shift and back. Right, time to have a whistle-stop tour of the deck, and we'll be coming back to a lot of these features when we look specifically again at Recordbox and Serato. But here's what we got. In Recordbox, these buttons let you save and also recall memory cues and memory loops, the kind of old-fashioned way of having loops and cues with Pioneer DJ gear. This is a more thoroughly modern way of mixing. This is called Mix Point Select, and it lets you pre-plan mixes ahead of time in your set. We'll talk more about Mix Point Link in a little while. This is a quantized button that makes everything snap to the nearest beat or fraction of a beat when you're using cues and loops and so on to keep everything sounding tight. If you hold down the Shift button and press this, it will wait for you up. Holding down Shift and pressing this, the jog wheel in and out of the vinyl mode, where at the top of it acts like a record or acts more like a CDJ jog wheel, which is a nudge kind of action. The jog wheel feel decides how quickly or slowly this thing slows down. Put it on light and it'll be very, very light in feel. Put it on heavy and it's much more tight in feel. We'll set this to something that's close to what you like. This is the main tempo control that slows down when you push up. Sometimes a little bit counterintuitive that if you're new to this stuff. Somewhere in the middle there is the tempo of the track at 0. Tempo reset will put the tempo back to 0 and then lock this control. Turning that off again will enable it again. If you hold down Shift and press this one, you can change the tempo range, which means it will slow down and speed up more or less depending upon what you set it to, and that will cycle through all the different tempo ranges that are available. And then holding down Shift and pressing this master. This is the T6 button, and also the button down will turn on or off master tempo. Master tempo is where when you speed up or slow down the tempo of the track, the pitch stays the same or the pitch also moves up and down. And then holding down the Shift and these are your 4 pads there. Pad mode up here decides what doesn't happen on the pad. So I'm going to use this performance pad mode here. Set the performance pad mode underneath. You hold down Shift and you press the different buttons underneath as well. These 2 buttons here cycle through the pages that are available to you on these pads. So there's actually 16 pads available to you in these functions, but there are only 8 pads physically. So by going like this, I go to pads 9, 16, 1 to 8. If I were to hold down Shift and press these buttons, it will cycle through the different modes that you can have on the in-jog display. So I'll do that now just to show you quickly what you've got. We'll come back to the in-jog display a little bit later, and you can see those things changing in the middle there as I do that. If I hold down either of these buttons, doesn't matter which one, I'm going to see on the in-jog display information about what the current pad mode is set. So for instance, I've got 2 options set in current pad mode, and you can see that the first one is a cue, the second one, because it's orange and it's got that little symbol on it, is actually a loop, and it tells me where in the track they are. Saves you looking at the screen of the computer to find that stuff. Moving around, this is our play pause button. This is our cue button. Pressing it when the track is paused will set a cue point at that point. Holding it will play that cue point until we take our hand off it again. If you want us to carry on playing from there, you just press it and press the play button like that.
Turn off LBC radio. There they go again.
Take us back to that cue point and wait for us to press play again. Pressing Shift in the cue button will just take us right back to the beginning of the track. These beat jump buttons here jump forward or back by 4 beats without breaking the rhythm of the track. Jumping forward 4 beats and back 4 beats like that. If I hold down shift and do it, it's 16 beats. You can very quickly move through a track like this while holding the rhythm. Put this button down, it quickly goes through the track while obviously the rhythm, but it's a quick way of moving through the track to find where you want to be. You've already seen me using the jog wheel a bit. When the track's playing, the top is the vinyl feel where you get that scratch function. The edge is nudge, slows it down and speeds it up like this. If you hold down shift and turn the top or the edge, it adjusts the beat grids of your track. Holding down beat jump and turning this is a really fast way of moving through the track without sounding the audio through the speakers, but you can see on the in-jog display there how quickly that's moving as well as on the screen display. We've already mentioned the deck selector that's used to select between the two decks available on each physical deck, but if you hold down this when pressing shift, it will switch to dual deck mode, which will lock the decks together on the left hand side in this case so that you can control them as one. Slip reverse will play the track backwards only for as long as you're holding the button down, and then it will return to where it was. Not playing cursor to you. So the difference is this. Notice the track's carrying on playing. The opposite deck will do the instant doubles thing like that. If they're playing, of course, they'll both be playing then. But the opposite deck, we're pressing again a view where we can select a playlist that we want to have a look at. Pressing it will take us there. Pressing again will load the track onto the deck. Double pressing the opposite deck will do the instant doubles thing like that. And if they're playing, of course, they'll both be playing then. But you don't get the other double click on this deck. If you double click on one deck, you're just going to reload the track that was there in the first place. So these buttons here, view, will go through the various views of Serato's software that are similar to switching to the browse view or the main view on Recordbox, but you get certain extra views on here that cycle through.
There's another gypsy.
View, we go through 4
Oh my
different
god,
extra
it's
views.
another
File,
gypsy.
browse, prepare,
Downvote,
history, and that's
unsubscribe.
in Serato. And again,
Jesus
this is the view button.
Christ.
It's like the bigger view there where we're just seeing the library.
Another
A little bit
gypsy.
better. And prepare, which is similar to the tag tracks in Recordbox, is the temporary window. And to add tracks to the prepare window, just press
Stop.
and
Just
tap.
stop already.
Right. Time to have a whistle.
Okay, stop wasting everyone's time already. Jeez.
Specifically, again, at Recordbox and Serato. But here's what we got. In Recordbox, these buttons let you save and also record memory cues and memory loops. The kind of old-fashioned way of having loops and cues with Pioneer DJ gear. This is a more thoroughly modern way of mixing. This is called Mix Point Select, and it lets you pre-plan mixes ahead of time in your set. We'll talk more about Mix Point Link in a little while. This is a quantized button that makes everything snap to the nearest beat or fraction of a beat when you're using cues and loops and so on to keep everything sounding tight. If you wait the whole unit up. The slip button allows you to scratch and use cue points and so on while the track effectively carries on playing underneath what you're doing, and when you stop, the track carries on to where it would have been. Holding down shift and pressing this switches the whole jog wheel in and out of the vinyl mode, where at the top of it actually DJ jog wheel, which is a nudge kind of action. The jog wheel feel decides how quickly or slowly this thing slows down. Put it on light and it'll be very, very light in feel. Put it on heavy and it's much more tight in feel. You'll set this to something that's close to what you like. This is the main tempo control that slows down when you push up. Sometimes a little bit counterintuitive that if you're new to this stuff. Somewhere in the middle there is the tempo of the track at 0.
Oh, I get it.
Reset, we'll put the tempo back to 0 and then lock this control. Turning that off again will enable it again. If you hold down shift and press this one, you can change the tempo button, and it's also the button that if you hold it down will turn on or off what's called master tempo. Master tempo is where when you speed up or slow down the tempo of the track, the pitch stays the same or the pitch also moves up and down. And then holding down shift and tapping this button will reset the key to its normal key if you've used keysync to change the key of the track. These are your performance pads, and these pad mode buttons here decide what is going to happen on the pads. So I'm going through different performance pad modes here, and to get the performance pad modes underneath, you hold down shift and you press the different buttons underneath as well. These two buttons here cycle through the pages that are available to you on these pads. So there's actually 16 pads available to you in these functions, but there are only 8 pads physically. So by going like this, I go to pads 9 to 16, and then by pressing the other one, I go back to pads 1 to 8. If I were to hold down shift and press these buttons, it will cycle through the different modes that you can have on the in-jog display. So I'll do that now just to show you quickly what you've got. We'll come back to the in-jog display a little bit later, but you can see those things changing in the middle there. It'll do that. If I hold down either of these buttons, doesn't matter which one, I'm going to see on the in-jog display information about what the current pad mode is set. So for instance, I've got 2 hot cues.
Oh, I want to try that. I wanted to try and hold down the page button left or right and see if we have the hot cues come up on the jogger deck display. I did want to try that. Because he's doing it in Rekordbox, but I have a lifetime supply to DJ Serato Pro. And you can't get a lifetime subscription to Rekordbox, so they automatically lose by default. And I purchased a full lifetime license to DJ with Serato. So that's the only one I'm really interested in. If they had a lifetime license for Rekordbox, I'd buy it right now. But they don't. So they just automatically lose because I can't own the software. All right? Take a hint here. Make a note of what I've just done. I DJ for free. All right? And so that's how it must be. There's no other option, basically. I mean, I paid for the full lifetime license. It's a lot of... You're deploying a lot of cash up front. You're fronting the DJ for all of your music, but that's old news. It might as well have never happened as far as I'm concerned, and especially they're concerned. They already spent all the money, I can tell. They're desperate now. Okay, before I forget, let's hold the Q button down, and maybe we'll try and work on the microphones again and get the effects on the microphones. Actually, I can learn that in Xair here. The mixer, the digital mixer. I should learn how to use the effects here, I guess. But I kind of want to use the Yamaha. Yeah, for a guy who buys things, I don't get subscriptions. That's the one thing I really don't like is subscriptions. I'm getting the lifetime license or nothing. Yeah, if they want me to use Rekordbox, just sell a lifetime license. And, yeah. There they are. Yeah, you do. You get the hot cues. There they are. You get the hot cues. You hold them. Yeah. Oh, amazing. What am I doing here? I thought I was gonna do something there, and it's not exactly how it went down. It's not exactly how it worked out. But I did get that. Hold that. Oh, and yeah, it shows them on both sides. So anywhere you hold page down, you'll get all the cues. Got it. Got it. Got it. Let me change this. Hold this down. Yeah. See, that's the thing, is we're not going to get through this guy's video all in one day. So when I abruptly turn it off, it's like, yeah, we're coming back to it later. My brain decides, each person's physical brain will decide when they've had enough information, because we can't put any more in. Unless you're a moron. And it's all depending on my mood. It depends on what I had for breakfast today, how much can go in at any given time of information into that. It's like it's all arbitrary. All right, let me make an attempt. I'm going to make an attempt. Okay. I've been avoiding trying to hide toolbar, but we're going to have to hide toolbar because this is too much. Okay, FX. We're ready to apply FX to the microphone. So if I hit FX1, there's mixer, there's channel, there's input. There's gate, equalizer. Um, there's comp, there's sends. Bus 5 and 6 is they're getting sent to. That makes sense. Oh, that's why the other microphones weren't working, because I didn't bust them right or something. Whatever. I don't even remember anymore. Wow. Yeah, I'm gonna give up on this. Let's go back to the DJ deck. I'm gonna give up on this one. Check 1, 2. We have both headphones in, right? Yeah. Yeah, like as far as progress goes, it seems like every stream we've ever done that I make zero progress. But we fixed the sound. We technically fixed the sound system, and I technically set up the digital mixer here with the microphones and the instruments. That was a huge success that took a long time, many days, forever. So, like, it seems like we're stuck here on the DJ deck, but we really ain't seen nothing yet. We didn't even get started. I'm just figuring out the buttons. And it's the same thing with the effects. Now I don't know how to do the effects. We'll get it eventually. Oh no, here, it's right here. Actually, it's right here. Hold on. This is DJ Real Draw. Nothing. I'm almost on to something here. Hold on. Let's go to FX1. Here we go. Oh, wow. Reverb delay. Do we hear anything? Yeah, I don't really hear anything. Dang it. I am barely hanging on. Like we're hanging off of the side of a cliff here with the sound system, and I'm barely hanging on. But I'm not falling to the ground. We were falling to the ground many times off of the cliff of the sound system. It just so happens I'm barely hanging on by a thread or two, left and right. But we're not, so we didn't plummet to the ground and die, but like we're barely hanging on here. That's my grasp of the sound system. How heavy is everything? Not that heavy. Normal weight. Yeah. Let's just give up on the effects. I gave it a little try here. I can't. I wish I could be curious. I'm just stuck. No, I'm getting curious, I guess. I'm hitting buttons. I don't think that's good for us. Like, when you say curious, do you want me to just randomly hit buttons? I can do that, but I know I shouldn't. And that's why I'm normally not doing that. Wait, if I push those buttons, oh. So if I change the buttons on the FX4 dimensional chorus here, they keep that way even though I didn't hit save, but all the way down there there's a picture of the default way the switches are done. So, like, I guess that's good enough to reset and undo what I did. I don't know if we should really rely on that. Nah, I'm just going to give up on the mixer. We don't need to mix today. FX1. What if I turn that up? No, don't do it. Yeah. You can choose the type of thing it is, dude. What is this? Oh my god. You can choose all these types of equalizers that they are, too. I should look at a video and they tell us. I'll give them 5 minutes to tell us. Confused. Oh my god. Confused. Okay. Yeah. There you go.
Slot 3 is my utility reverb. And slot 4 is my delay.
Big yawn.
The general configuration of a newly initialized console is see off and think it needs to be on. At first glance, that would seem to make sense. But this doesn't mean the effect is off. We need to take a look above this. There is an insert button that is grayed out. These two options below the insert button are for when the effect is inserted. I'll get to what inserted means in a moment. Well, the way most are going to want to use the console, you don't want these effects inserted. You're going to want them how they're already configured. If you've been struggling with your reverbs, delays, and choruses, your time-based effects, make sure the insert button is not engaged. And set these all to off. Alright, next, let's look at the effects return faders. Make sure they are at unity, as shown here. Now let's move to the Master Effects Sends. Choose each Effects Send button one at a time here. And for each one, make sure the Master Effects Send fader here is at unity. By default, on a freshly initialized console, they will already be set this way. But if you've already been making changes, you might have changed these. These are being used no differently than how they would be used on an analog console. Now, if we connect a mic to a channel, talk into the mic and set our gain, then bring that channel fader up. 3, 4, 5, test, channel up. And then finally switch to the Sends tab. We bring our vocal reverb up like this. Let's say it's the reverb in effects slot 2. Bringing up reverb, 1, 2, 3. Reverb in effects slot 2, check, 1, 2. More reverb, 1, 2. Lots of reverb. Bringing the reverb down to something more manageable. 1, 2.
Check 1, 2. Why can't I do that? Check 1, 2. Nope. You know why? Because I'm busing to bus 5 and 6 out. That's right. Oh, what a mess. Oh, that means that bus 5 and 6... have to have the FX up. I hate this. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. I'm just hitting buttons now. All right, let's undo what I did. I'm giving up. Let's see if I can undo what I'm doing. That's the trick. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Okay, back to the DJ thing. It's that was a fine break. I guess if we kind of switch back and forth between devices, it can be sort of a reset kind of thing. Check 1 2. Why? Where was 5 and 6 though? Check 1 2. Check 1 2. God damn it. Sorry, I just. Bus 5 and bus 6. What the hell is this? Oh, that's the other one. I don't know anymore. Check 1 2. I don't know why 5 and 6 were going. I think I was mistaken. I think I was just mistaken and I had some sound going somewhere that didn't even need to go. That's what it is. Yeah. This is a mess. This is a mess. We've gotten so much progress done. The fact that you can hear me right now is like a miracle. So let's just move on. We'll get into the FX later. I'm telling you, it's a miracle that we even set the microphones up. I have a photographic memory, so I'm still looking through 5 and 6 in my head, even though I'm packing the bowl with weed in it. So that's a good case for switching between things because at least I can kind of think about it in my head. Hold on a second. They're doing a gypsy story again in the news. No. Say no to gypsies. Say no to gypsies. Whew. Okay, very good. Yeah, so it's not broken over there. If I go wake that thing up, theoretically, it's not broken. Why did I change? I found out that religion is cannibalism. I found out the only reason we need religion is to hide the fact that widespread cannibalism runs Earth. You know, why did you change? I used to think I want as much steak dinners as I can get in life. It's not the answer. That's not the answer to what you want anymore. What was I doing? Oh yeah, let's get back to the DJ deck. But like I was saying, I can, while I'm like packing a bowl or something, I can think about group 5 and 6 and why we even had inputs in there in the first place. You know, like it might not solve a problem, but at least we can think about it. Oh yeah, we got to work on the synthesizer too. Hey, speaking of let's work on things one at a time, how about this one? We can work on some synthesis of notes too over there. Yamaha Montage MAX tutorial, huh? I actually don't have a. I actually don't have an idea of. I don't have.
Montage M is Yamaha's latest flagship synth. It builds on the existing popular Montage platform and adds significantly enhanced hands-on control with new encoders and an extra parameter display, a new virtual analog style synth engine on top of the existing sample and FM engines, up to 400 voice polyphony, which means plenty of split and layer capabilities, expanded sample content and user sample storage area, and more touch-ups here and there. There are plenty of sound demos out there already, so in this video I'll take a look at what's new compared to the previous Montage and Modi X line, what the Montage workflow is like, and pros and cons compared to the competition. Before I start, a quick disclosure, I got the M8X directly from Yamaha. It cost me quite a bit in import fees and taxes, but still substantially less than retail. Aside that, no money changed hands, they have no say over the content of this video, and don't get to see it before it's published. This channel is funded mainly by viewers who subscribe to exclusive content and book updates on Patreon, YouTube Premium and ads, and price check affiliate links in the description, which help the channel regardless of the product you choose to buy. Okay, let's start with what's new in this series of keyboards. Montage M comes in 3 flavors, the M6 and M7 with synth action style keybeds and 5 and 6 octaves respectively, and this, the massive 88 key version with weighted keys and polyphonic aftertouch, meaning that it detects the pressure you apply to each key individually, giving you control over how the timbre evolves on a per note basis, assuming the patch was designed to detect polyphonic aftertouch. This is as opposed to the M6 and M7 where pressure on any single key applies across the keybed. The aftertouch travel is relatively shallow, about 2 millimeters for the white keys, and about 1 millimeter for the black keys. And it's implemented really nicely in a way that even if you get to maximum velocity, you still have room to apply the aftertouch. Regardless of polyphonic aftertouch, by the way, the M8X's keybed feels very good. I invited a friend who plays the piano on a regular basis to try it out, and he said the feel of the keys is very realistic and similar to the action of a real piano. Setting the keyboard and action aside, all 3 in the M series have identical synth capabilities and sounds. At the time of the making of this video, there's no lower end, more affordable and lighter Modi X style version of these synths. There's no indication from Yamaha if a cheaper version will come around, In the last iteration, ModiX came out 2 years after the original Montage, so it may take a while. Another big new thing for the Montage M series is a new third synth engine called ANX, a 3-oscillator dual-filter virtual analog synth. This comes in addition to the sample-based FW2 engine and the 8-operator FM engine called FMX. I'll dive deeper into ANX's features later in this video, as well as cover AWM and FMX. Another important thing that's new in Montage M is how much more hands-on it is. You've got 6 new endless encoders under the screen. These control parameters that are highlighted on the touch screen above them. So for example, now I'm controlling this row, and I can go down to control this one as well. This is a huge improvement over the previous workflow where you need to select a parameter and then edit it using this dial or these buttons. These encoders, by the way, are extremely well designed. I think you can control them with a very fine resolution if you want, and with a quick turn you can go through the entire scale very easily. Same applies to these. Very easy to go from fine to quick control. And then the second major hands-on improvement is the new parameter display on the left. You now get a screen to see which parameters you're editing, and the buttons on top help you select different tabs. Then you can also navigate into sub-pages using the page buttons. The screen buttons and encoders have 4 modes. You either control parameters for the selected part. Multi-part gives you access to mixer-style controls across multiple parts. Groove lets you apply swing and MIDI effects to sequencer patterns as they play back. And then Assign gives you access to both part and common macros for different live sets. And you can customize the names of these macros. Notice the display here is different whether I'm looking at performance level functions or part level functions. There's a lot of overlap between the parameters you can edit on the sub-display and the main display. So the sub-display is way more hands-on. The disadvantage here is that you can only see 8 parameters at a time, and you can't access all the parameters that are available on the main screen. If you want to see all the parameters for a given tab, just hit page jump and it will throw that tab onto the main screen along with any additional parameters you can edit there. And it goes the other way around too. So let's say if I want to edit the arpeggios, shifting page jump will throw that page onto the sub-display. The nice advantage of the sub-display is that you can focus on something, say the filter. So this will now remain fixed here regardless of where I travel on the main screen. The sub-screen is LCD but has pretty good viewing angles. The main screen is a resistive touch screen like the ones on ModiX and Montage, but it does have faster response. It does seem to be less precise maybe than a capacitive touch screen, and at least currently you can't grab a parameter and drag it. So you'll still need to either first select, or delay the dial, or just edit this way. It would be nice if they just
Oh, they're doing another gypsy story on LBC radio. Just turn it off. Let's go do some DJ stuff.
Is actually a loop and it tells you where in the track they are. So if you're looking at the screen of the computer, find that stuff. Moving around, this is our play pause button. This is our cue button. Pressing it when the track is paused will set a cue point at that point. Holding it will play that cue point until we take our hand off it again. If you want it to carry on playing from there, you just press it and press the play button like that. And pressing it while the track's playing will take us back to that cue point and wait for us to press play again. Pressing shift in the cue button will just take us right back to the beginning of that.
just learned how to make the loop. I get it. And the guy in the video helped me figure it out, even though I just did it on my own. I had to remember my teachings and kind of figure it out. I had to put it. It is what he just said. What he just said about how the loop on the second cue there is an orange little circle. I said, I think I know what he means. He means these buttons right here. There you go. Yeah, we're doing something now. Oh, there we go. Yeah, let me just look at what we got here. See, now I gotta teach myself. Alright, there's the 1, 2, 3. There's the 4 beat. Oh, out 2. Why am I going out 2? In half. Okay, I see it now. I get it. In half of out times 2. Yeah, okay, so if you want to make the loop 2 times bigger from where you are, it's called out 2. X. Got it. And the 4 beat is just 4 beat or exit. Okay, so I guess it's in and out of the loop. Now I'm teaching. Now I'm full blown teaching myself, and I'm not even close yet. I have to go over there and sit there and think about what I just did. Like a kid who's done something bad. I literally have to go over there and think about what I just did. And it's, I created a loop and it's represented with a blue highlight. And that explains what was going on before when I was like, what was that? And that explains these buttons. I just learned these 3 buttons in a very superficial surface level way. I just learned these 3 buttons. So we are making 3 button level progress here. And those really kind of all count as one. It's the in, and if the music isn't playing, you can hit exit to get out. You play the music, in, out, and there's your loop. And then you can hit the 4 beat to like break out and you can get the next beats. And then when you hit 4 beat again, it's back. I mean, I barely... Hold on, let me check one thing here. So, oh yeah, it just grabs 4 beats. It just grabs the next 4 beats. Oh, and then you can go out too. And then in. I got it. And then in. Out. Okay. Oh no, I get it. That's why there's a bullet between in and half X and out and 2X. So the first time you hit this button before you've made a loop, first time you hit the button before you made a loop, yeah. Oh wow, that's crazy. I got it. I'm not entirely sure what the 4 beat is going on, but I see what it's doing. If you want to pick the next 4 beats, we get out, and then we come back in to the next 4 beats here. I mean, I see what it's doing. I don't know what you call it, but I kind of see what's up. All right, now I'm going to go sit over there. Part of learning, and I mean memorization, is after you have a little moment like that, just go over there and sit in the chair and think about what you did. Think about what you just did. Well, like he did. For some reason, I connected when he said that little indicator shows a loop. I connected that color with these buttons, with the color on these buttons. So good color coordination, Pioneer, because I picked up on it. And like it clicked in a loop. Got it. And the way that I learn and really memorize is contemplation. So I'm going to go sit there in self-reflection and just sort of contemplate. What was that? Yeah, you just sit here and contemplate and you go, what the hell was that all about? And you go, I get it now, but what the hell was that? All you have to do to learn that entire DJ deck is exactly what I did. Just make sure you're learning a new thing. Like, it'll be more and more difficult to learn new things the further along you get. However, in theory, just as a theory itself, as long as you learn a brand new thing like that along the way, step by step, you'll just learn the whole thing. It doesn't matter how. You know what I mean? Like everything doesn't matter exactly how it goes down. He wasn't even really teaching that to us right now, but that's when it made sense. So one little symbol on this thing can make sense to you immediately in your own world, really in your own world. And he's not really what he was talking about, what I just figured out. But that was the time. That was, for me personally, that was the time when I needed to understand it. Even though I already heard it before.
You can very quickly move through a track like this while holding the rhythm.
Especially because I already heard it before and didn't get it. There'll be another time where you're coming back through the walkthrough and you go, oh, that's the symbol and that's why it's orange. It's probably not even why it's orange. I think that's just the orange of the cue. We'll have to see. We'll have plus he's not even in the program I'm in. I don't even that's Record Box. I don't even have that. The most difficult thing about this walkthrough is half of it is in a different program. That's incredibly challenging. But here we go.
Through the track while obviously messing up with the rhythm, but a quick way of moving through the track to find where you want to be. You've already seen me using the jog wheel a bit. When the track's playing, the top is the vinyl feel where you
Yeah, it's incredibly challenging to pay attention to that. That's what it is. That's really what it is this should be two different videos of two different programs, but it's a showcase. That's the thing is he's actually, this video is for someone who doesn't have either of these programs. He's showing you this is how it is in Rekordbox, this is how it is. It's a side-by-side comparison. So in other words, I don't necessarily need the side-by-side comparison right now, but we're here. I can see it. I might just look at it if I get any ideas or something. Or like, it might help me understand, like, that's how they do it. And then, oh, I get it now over here.
slows it down and speeds it up like this. If you hold down shift and turn the top or the edge, it adjusts the beat grids of your track. Holding down beat jump and turning this is a really fast way of moving through the track without sounding the audio through the speakers, but you can see on the in-jog display there how quickly that's moving as well as on the screen display. We've already mentioned the deck selector that's used to select between the two decks available on each physical deck, but if you hold down this when pressing shift, it will switch to dual deck mode, which will lock the decks together on the left hand side in this case so that you can control them as one. Slip reverse will play the track backwards only for as long as it's available on each physical jump, and turning this is a really fast way of moving through the track without sounding the audio through the speakers, but you can see on the in-jog display there how quickly that's moving as well as on the screen display through the track to find where you want to be. You've already seen me using the jog wheel a bit. When the track's playing, the top is the vinyl feel where you get that scratch function. The edge is nudge, slows it down and speeds it up like this. If you hold down shift and turn the top or the edge, it adjusts the beat grids of your track. Holding down beat jump and turning this is a really fast way of moving through the track without sounding the audio through the speakers, but you can see on the in-jog display there how quickly that's moving as well as on the, you can see on the in-jog display it adjusts the beat grids of your track. Holding down beat jump and turning this is a really fast way of moving through the track without sounding the audio through the speakers, but you can see
I think someone's driving an excavator somewhere, but at least we can barely hear it. You know what I mean? Oh, wow. Yeah, it is fast. he's right about that. That's right. Oh wow. Right. And so the top number is how many seconds and deciseconds. We are in through the song or track, which I guess we just call it track, right? Because this is a channel and that's the track. Yeah, so it's how many seconds and deciseconds we are into the track, and then the number equally as big and same font under it is how many minutes and seconds and decisecond there are left within this track. Yeah, and so this one is 0.3 and 1.3. Right, and then they go to, okay, and then you can set it. So if you want to start at 0.5, 1 out of 1, and you can see how much is left. So and then when we're all the way after it, yeah. Huh. I guess it's just this is just however much we're after. Yeah, it has like a count. How much you're after it. Yeah, I guess if it. Huh. And the lights stay. And we should just find a Serato program to explain this. I have a feeling we're actually in the wrong tutorial, but let's just keep going. We'll get the Serato later. The Serato specific one later. Hey, by the way, the synthesizer scares me more than any of these instruments, more than anything I do. The synthesizer scares me more than anything from what I don't understand over there on that thing. The synthesis of musical notes. This is DJ Real Draw, also known as the author of QAnon and Fire Majory Guru. How many hours have we been streaming? 6.5? Oh, wow. We should stop this immediately.
On the in-jog display there, how quickly that's moving as well as on the screen display. We've already mentioned the deck selector that's used to select between the two decks available on each physical deck. But if you hold down this when pressing shift, it will switch to dual deck mode, which will lock the decks together on the left-hand side in this case, so that you can control them as one. Split reverse will play the track backwards only for as long as you're holding the button down, and then it will return to where it would have been before you press the button. Very useful for not playing curse words to your audience. And if you want to...
I want to keep streaming. However, I think after 6.5 hours of just messing around... I don't know anymore. Yeah, I guess after 6.5 hours of streaming, I'll go do something else, and then we'll come back. I think I'll walk around here and like clean up some things. Like I think we can do a little bit of cleaning my room, cleaning my office. And then when it cools down, I'll hit the lights. When it cools down in here a little more, we'll go live again. I think that's enough. Like, if I can't figure out what we're gonna do after 6.5 hours, it's like that's good. But we learned about loops. I totally learned about loops, and I got a little synthesizer over there. I'm the glorious Lord Erickson Krona, the Seneschal of the Ingot House, the author of QAnon, the Fire Major Guru, seen on YouTube, the Arena Master, Battle Master, Gladiator, Field Marshal, and Ex-Saggers of the Alliance by the title The Venom of Evil. This is DJ Real Draw. And as we swear, I'm from Digital Utopia. Farewell.